Hello and welcome. It's episode 17 of Tales of Sunfall. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, 01, Luna, Yoshi, Zebus, Job, Anubis, Cody, Mr. Bite, Mystic, Sir Poi. Mr. Bite, thank you very much for the 18 million years. I am incredibly thankful to have had you around for so long. I truly do appreciate it. Soon you shall get your 24 million year crown, and everything will be right with the world. But hello, welcome. Today's interesting. Oh man. Lack of sleep getting to me. Today's episode is going to be very interesting. We're going to have a talk. We're going to sit down and chat with the players. We're going to figure out some things and then go from there. Hello again, Buttersnaps. Glad to see you could catch a second game. Crazy how fast time moves these days? True. I mean, once you get older, time does really just fly past. It's insane that it's already October. September. You know what I mean. Luna, I feel the same way. Trust me. This year I'm going to be 29, and next year I'm going to be 30. And I don't feel like I'm 30, so I'm waiting for that moment where it just hits me like a sack of bricks, like an unavoidable sack of bricks. I do love the young people. It might even hit you then. I don't feel like I'm in my 40s. I've always understood that like time is time is always viewed differently per person. So there are people who are like, yeah, man, I'm 50, but I sure don't fucking feel it. So, we'll see what happens. So right now we are giving our players a moment to get themselves situated, to get drinks, snacks, what have you, to fully rise for the morning. And then we're going to jump right into it, because, boy howdy, am I very excited. Mentally, I don't feel like I'm nearly 40. I'm a giant man baby that shit. Brother, I feel the same way. I still feel like I'm a high schooler. Like, I don't feel like I'm a 29-year-old who had to do his own taxes for the first time last year, right? Like, I still feel like I'm in high school and like everything's sort of wrong, if that makes sense. But I'm sure eventually it'll hit me and I'll be like, damn, I really feel like an adult. Because right now, I don't feel like I'm an adult. Karen. One thing I was never prepared for is how fast how fast it is after my 21st birthday. None of them after the fact would actually feel life-changing. Yeah, the birthdays sort of don't have much meaning. Like, I know a lot of people that don't celebrate their birthdays anymore. Like, they don't do anything for their birthdays. Just a few more moments, and then we'll unmute, and then go talk to our players. My knee is hurting me today. It's very stiff. It's not able to bend the full movement. So if you hear me grunting and straining a lot, that is why. Hello, Lurker. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's transition over. You'll notice beneath me all of our lovely friends and companions. We are going to get introduced to them in just a moment, but you would also notice behind me the void. As you all chat and talk, your words will be recorded behind me in perpetuity for all future VOD watchers and all future YouTube watchers. If you have anything you would like to say to your future self, now is the time to say it. Very true, Anubis. I do agree. Once you hit the drinking age, birthdays stop really having any impact. All right, we're gonna tell our friends we're unmuting, and then we're gonna jump right into it, guys.
Shouldn't. No, you should.
Well, it's like, I don't
No,
care
you
if
good,
it
bro.
kills me. It's still yummy.
I could have it once. I could have mushroom one time, and then that would be that, you know?
And then goodbye. Gentlemen,
It
we have
would be
1 week.
goodbye. We have,
Hi,
exactly.
DM. Hi.
Oh god.
Hello.
Hey there, DM. We're just talking about
Death
food.
by
So we
mushroom,
can
huh?
eat once. We can
I was-
eat only once.
I was talking about pina coladas and how I really like them, but I'm allergic to coconut, but I still continue to consume them.
Really?
Yeah,
Who
because it's
here
not
has
that
a-
bad of an allergic reaction, but it's still nummy.
Who here has a food allergy?
Me!
Who wants to
I
know?
used to.
Who wants to know? Jesus.
None that I
do.
know of.
Me, buddy.
Me, I do me. I'll
It's
have
me.
more.
So we got coconuts and mushroom. What else?
Me.
Nobody else? Everybody built different?
Microplastics.
I'm the,
I'm built
You're dead
different.
already.
I'm the
I'm built different.
allergy.
I'm allergic to fish.
Allergy.
Yeah, my allergy isn't really even that bad. It's just that like I get a slightly itchy throat. It doesn't like swell or anything like that. It just gets slightly itchy.
That's how you know the alcohol's working.
Wait a minute.
It's like I really like almond joys too. I think almond joys are great. I just get itchy throat after I eat them.
Yeah, me too. You know, it's just pop a mushroom. You know, some like a good stew, and I'm like, oh, my throat itches.
I used to be allergic to chocolate. Thank God that went away.
Remember when you had heavy chili and you thought you were gonna die?
Oh my God,
I remember.
I thought I was gonna die.
Oh my god.
I didn't know what he put in it, and like, he knows my allergy, but like, there was a moment where I asked, I was like, "Are you sure that they're not like nothing you bought had mushrooms in it?" And he went, "I mean, I think," and I went,
Oh, dead.
Wah, wah, wah.
and I'm just sitting there at the end of the table, fucking dying.
Screen
It's
starts
not
turning
good.
black and white. There's a rain
I was
effect
mad.
on the screen.
Takes a bite into the pizza, looks down, sees mushroom. No, you fucking didn't.
Alright. Welcome guys. It's episode 17 of Tales of Sunfall. We're gonna go down the line. You're gonna introduce your characters. You're gonna tell us a little bit about who you are, and we're gonna do some housekeeping. We're gonna conclude what happened at the end of your adventure. Sort of
What?
get some situations under wraps, and then we're gonna have a discussion. So,
We're in trouble.
why don't we start with Avael?
What the fuck?
Hello, my name is Avael Sezusong. I'm a half-elf, level 6 arcane trickster. Originally from Iridel, where I studied the blade, I find myself coming back home to the barony after a somewhat successful mission that I undertook just for coin. For the first time, possibly ever, I think I've found a friend. I'm quite excited about it. But not too excited about what the future holds for us with all of these corrupt dealings that we find ourselves in the middle of. Let's hope we make it through the next couple of weeks.
Hey there, I'm Rozzy, and I play Bruna Bloodsoul, half-giant rune knight fighter from Duskguard, the Ettenmore. I fight for the Emerald Kayla, and it seems we have finally made it back. Mission accomplished, I say. We got what we came there for, and now it's all a matter of what we do next. Personally, I'm willing to continue, but the Baron's going to have a pretty hefty bag of silvers waiting for me. They want me to keep fighting those things that are supposedly spreading throughout the countryside. So, ultimately, at the end of the day, I could leave. But, until then, I suppose I might stick around. I kinda like some of these people. They're all shorter than me, so I suppose they're all cute in their own way.
Hi, fellows. I am Casimir, a Balinar elf, a people and a race who's not held in much high regard in this party, it seems. I'm also a blade singer wizard from the College of Illendor, based on Vinheim. I recently took a foray out into the wilderness with a band of mercenaries, sellswords, and rough-shod explorers. And we succeeded, I suppose, finding the dwarf we'd set out to get. And even though we found success, I can hardly call it so. I feel as though we could have done much more. But that's the past, and there's no use dwelling in it.
Apologies, someone's at the door. Hello, I am Sizzle Bacon. I play Fenrir, Night Maiden Sage of the Grave Seers, a Death Cleric at level 6. Having left the Coven at the behest of my matron to shore up the population of our dwindling Coven, my sister and I have instead found our youthful hearts filled with the desire for adventure and glory, the glory we have felt and heard in the old stories that we have recorded and kept safe within the Coven. Perhaps we will return to that, our primary goal, soon, but for now, we help the Baron of Sunfall and the people here in this ominous crisis that seems to be building, this growing corruption within the heart of Sunfall's estates and provinces. I hope we can do something soon, before it is too late, both for the people, for my goddess Saren, and for the glory that will surely come of it.
Hi, I am Momo, and I play
Hydeal, Knight Maiden Warrior of the Grave Seers. I am a level 6 Path of the Hopebringer Barbarian, whose duty has led me from my home, accompanying my sister. At first set upon the world to continue our line. Instead, adventure gripped my heart, and I found myself laid in with a party of individuals I did not expect. Now it remains to be chosen what we will do. Continue onward, return to a previous ideal. Who knows?
Hello, my name is Necro, aka Kieran, and I play Pim Stoneseed, level 6 Peace Cleric, hailing from the summer court of Queen Titania. I come here as an emissary from the Feywild to more or less foster good relations between both this plane and the next. So far, it's been rather difficult. Not too many friendly faces out there. In fact, a lot of it has been quite scary. But recently, we found our dwarf and made it back to the parents, so maybe it's not as hard as I thought. Still, maybe we could have done more to help the forest. But, Faye, that sort of thing is left up to heroes. And they aren't heroes, are they?
Hi, my name's Summer, and I'm playing Tegan, level 6 Arcane Archer and Thief Rogue. I originally came here because anywhere was better than home. I thought. I also came here because it's a pretty good place to get away from my wife. I thought. And ended up going into a little bit of an adventure and drawing some unwanted attention, but it seems that we got our first little mission done and we're able to get this Sartmere back to the barony at least. Time for a week-long nap now.
Fantastic. Who recounted last time we played?
Methinks that was Tegan.
Yay me.
Would you please pick somebody else to recount for this week?
I believe I picked you, Spider Boy.
Yeah, I picked Pim.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Hold on.
So it seems Faye intuition was right. as I heard the little things moving in the strange cocoons, Heidel and Fenra continued to cut them down. And like little piñatas, don't worry, that's a Feywild thing, all sorts of creatures came tumbling out. Frogs, snakes, a little hollow man. But then finally, we found a dwarf. And another person. A very pretty lady, if I say so myself. It seems that we had found both Urhan and his bodyguard. Even though she threatened to stab me. But that's never stopped me making a friend before. From there was a whole big commotion about what to do about this spine breaker woman. Apparently, she's the one that caused all this, not Urhan. And although he seemed really, really intent on heading back into the swamp and fighting her down and correcting my mistakes, it seems that everyone else was able to talk some sense into him. Who would want to be in the swamp much longer? So, with a little bit of, convincing, it seems we were able to get everyone on board with heading back home to Sunfall. And let me tell you, I'm certainly glad for it. Some fresh air, I think, will do us all some good. Before we have to go back and, I don't know, face an army of hollow men again. But we did it!
Thank you.
I hope you weren't expecting an in-depth analysis.
No, it worked out perfectly.
There you go.
Okay. Your travel back to the barony itself was uneventful, aside from having met your companions, Frohl and Dead Talon, whom, more so for their own safety, and unless convinced otherwise, are going to remain outside of the barony's walls. They'll meet you in the woods, a couple miles from town, whenever you're ready to reconvene. However, as you are brought back, many would note the appearance of Urhan Pirethorn, the advisor and member of the White Circle, for here in the barony, and many seem surprised, or almost relieved as well, seeing Urhan return, the more stern voice for the Baron now. Eventually, you would be escorted back by a retinue of militia and some of the Baron's knights, escorted all the way back to the Baron's estate, where you are met once more by Lord Orvis and Lord Geodric Drakegard, the Baron of Sunfall, who looks quite appreciative of your good work for returning Urhan Pirethorn. As you all stand within the halls, he would gesture to the side for a moment, one of the many servants stepping away, and returning sometime later with a number of satchels in tow. And it would be Urhan going out of his way as well, who would eventually return with his own smaller satchels. For completion of this job, at the Baron's request, to find the rogue wizard, you would be awarded 125 silver pieces each. And from Urhan's personal stash, you would all be awarded an additional 50 silver pieces for safely escorting him back, and for not being assholes.
Man, I wish I got paid for just not being an asshole.
We're not
just came.
assholes.
You just got paid for not being
I bet in real life.
Yeah,
That's the
like real
fantasy.
life.
People usually get paid for being an asshole.
Yeah, like You know how hard it is for me to not just shut up, go buy your stuff, and get out.
That's the real
It takes a
fantasy of
lot
this
of
game.
work.
So, in
God, I
total,
wish.
175 silver pieces for your troubles. As well, upon your rest here, at the end of your week-long sort of relaxation here within the barony, you will also become level 7.
Neato. Even me, DM?
Even you.
Coward.
Damn, 2 levels, Bruna. I take the average in both levels.
Well, we'll get to that in a moment. Lord Godric Dracard, after the money has been... Who moved? Who moved the token? Very well. I can hear Momo laughing. It was probably her.
It's not. I'm not laughing. Thank you very much. I think
I
living
was
with me
laughing.
for 2 years, my life would be a lot different than that laugh.
I just heard a
Yeah, I laughed. It was me.
It's
And my silence was the focus of me attempting to fix it, by the way.
So, the Baron, sitting back within his chair, has a very visible look of relief. Sort of the sort of exasperation that you had seen before, almost being washed away entirely. Now, leaning forward within their chair, they smile very warmly at all of you. You have no idea how much all of this means to me. Getting Erhan back, it feels like I can properly stand on both legs now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Was something wrong with your legs?
Well,
I mean, she wasn't going to ask.
I was feeling a bit weak in the knees given everything that had occurred, but now I feel much more confident. And with such staunch allies, even more so. I do hope that I can count on you for future sojourns out into the Goldwoods.
Well, you know my rates.
That I do. An additional fee has been sent to you and your company.
Wait, they got paid more for less time?
Her particular band has a very interesting request upon job acceptance and completion. She did her job.
Oh. Alright.
Oh my god, they've got unions.
It's just business.
We're in the middle of the fucking dungeon. She's like, ooh, sorry, lunchtime.
Halt's initiative.
Mandated
pulls out her
lunchtime.
stick.
Hold on, it is time for lunch. Excuse me, Mr. Big Bad
Oh
Scary
my God,
Monster.
Scatter cap. Oh.
Oh shit, my bad. No, go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to. My bad.
So, Bruna, your company as well will also receive compensation for your job completed, and your mercenary company will go up by 1 notoriety for completion of the Baron's quest.
Hell yeah.
Well, as I've said before, you are allies, and your rooms will remain your rooms for however long you wish to stay. My home is your home, and I do truly thank you.
Thank you.
Fenrir side eyes hide you. I have never lived in a castle before.
Do you want to?
I want to see Erhan. I do not think our work is done.
Well, I am sure you will find time for him. I, however, will need a good drink. we will both spend our time doing something we like. She laughs.
Just do not get into a fight.
Wah! Ooh, you wound me.
Not as much as I will if I hear that you have wrestled with the locals. She slaps her sister on the back. It is all right. You have earned a drink. I think we all have. She looks back to the Baron. But the work is not yet done. We did not take your advisor from a safe place, nor a resolved issue. I am sure he will tell you all, should you ask him. But I think my sister and I are staying until this matter is resolved. As well, on top of coin, I would ask for a place to spread the awareness of my goddess to those who are interested.
You see him sort of rub at his chin for a moment. And, what goddess is that?
Why, my creator, Seren.
Stand by. We're gonna roll a check for the Baron.
She's like our mother.
Let's see if Guillaume Dracard knows about gods.
Ooh, yeah, sorry, I don't deal in, like, death stuff. That stuff's really, like, uncomfortable to me. I hang out with Edward.
DC.
Because his domain's about as shiny as the gold I have.
Actually, give me a moment. Let me double check this because you just might.
We're back. Wait, did we change Sharon's name or just her title?
Her title.
What are her
She's
titles
still
now?
So the Matron of Ravens is still a one that we can use because that one's not copyrighted. But she has a number of new titles. But Matron of Ravens works best, or Queen
Somber
of the Dead,
Lady.
Somber Lady, things like that.
Very good.
I still remember how sad you got when I told you that,
Yeah,
like, the
fucking
Raven Queen was
sucks.
copyrighted, yeah.
She is the Raven. Beep.
She's the Raven Emperor.
Raven Mummy.
I slap Fenra.
He sort of, his expression grows a little bit more pale. But he'd slowly sort of nod. Of course. Perhaps a matter best suited, if you would like to speak to the Minister of Faith, Lord Essen. He is in charge of the cathedral to Bahamut. Perhaps I could speak with him and you can ask your request?
I would like that. Dear, what's the relationship between Bahamut and Saren? At least, what's the general accepted, like, mythos?
They don't. There's nothing really like they hang out. It's not like
They're
Evor
just
and
coworkers.
Bahamut. Yeah, it's
Okay.
they don't really have like a story like a lot of the other sort of Aranar usually have. Like Saren more often interfaces with people like Shilier, people like Veritas. There's no real stories of the Platinum Father and the Matron of Ravens ever really meeting. I'll call for him this evening when I have my council meeting. Now that everybody within the council is present and accounted for.
I thank your Baron. I have noticed during my travels that I have barely seen any worship or reverence for the goddess of death. How can people accept their end and prepare for new life without her guidance?
Simple. They'd rather not think about it.
It is a poor way to accept what will come, whether they think about it or not.
Perhaps
Yes.
so, but denial runs thick through Tirosians.
Is that a disease?
Right. Is there anything else that you need?
Oh, do you have any blacksmiths on call that might repair our gear for a better price than out in the marketplace?
Well, I could talk to some of the royal artisans, but I think they might want to see what you're made of first before they commit any materials to you.
Like in what way?
Well, much like myself, they also have things that need doing.
Oh.
The guilds are all rather tight-knit, and they quite like more experienced individuals. People with a bit of renown, as it were. I could put in some word, but they'll want to test you for themselves.
Fenrir nods sagely. It is good they are so friendly with each other.
Do not worry. I will talk to them. Come.
What?
She like puts her hands together.
All right.
They like me.
Yes, for some reason she looks her sister up and down.
Bruna looks over, chuckling. I love her confidence. It's so inspiring.
Well, I mean, the royal artisan speaker has been rather quiet as of late. Perhaps you can go speak to them. They're the ones that speak for all of the guilds present here within Sunfall. So they'll be the one that could direct you towards where you need to go. That's Lord Thoric Cragheart. They're a Thormere dwarf.
All right, well,
What's his name in the chat?
I don't think I
a
will.
good word
Learn
would
to spell.
certainly still be appreciated.
Was there a blacksmith giving you trouble?
Oh no, not trouble. I didn't really have enough money or enough time before.
It's not made of elves.
Well, hopefully your rather sizable coin purse will alleviate that blacksmith's worries.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Anything else, my friends? I would rather like to start calling for my council.
Oh, I
Nothing
think I'm
from
just
me.
I think I'm just fine. I'll just make myself at home.
I want to sleep.
Very well. He would gesture towards the door, a number of servants sort of coming over to you and beginning to guide you out of the main hall. Well, party. Now within the entirety of Sunfall, it is it is here for your leisure. For some of you, given your current state of affairs or situations you find yourself in, Bruna, you, Bruna, will have to spend your week in the sanitarium.
I mean, fair.
The question comes about with how much freedom you would like. because you will have to choose what type of lifestyle you would like to have while in the sanitarium. You could have your simple concrete room and your stone slab to sleep on, or you can live rather comfortably within the sanitarium as they take care of you and tend to your disease and your ailments.
Question.
Yeah.
Audrey mentioned someone.
Yes.
Does that make a difference in things?
Audrey is going to introduce you. Give me one moment. Audrey is going to introduce you to Isabella. Isabella is a relatively short humanoid. You would see donned or clad in a sort of simple grays and blacks with sort of more tightly bound gloves that they wear and the sort of satchel of equipment that they always seem to keep on their person. The most notable thing are the hood and the very pointed crow-like mask that they wear. They appear to be a plague doctor.
Oh my god, a Nightmane cosplayer.
Okay, all right.
Audrey, sort of guiding you along to the sanitarium, sort of introducing you to Isabel, would be like, she'll take good care of you. And for your good deed of saving me, I'll make sure that Isabella will tend to any other worries that you might have. After all, she does owe me. And you can see the sort of the little bit of the beak deflate just a small bit, as if being reminded of basically her schooling being paid for by Audrey. And Isabella would sort of guide you along. And yes, because you saved Audrey, and because Isabella is a friend of Audrey, your cost of basically living within the sanitarium at various styles will be reduced.
Yo, based, making friends. Okay.
Give me one moment, and we will pull. I need to pull up basically the conditions.
What was Lord Thoric in charge of?
He is the Royal Artisan Speaker. He is in charge of. He basically speaks for all of the guilds. Okay, so you could basically everything will have a reduced cost. So for your various lifestyles, basically wretched, squalid, and poor are going to be about the worst conditions you can expect here within the sanitarium. They're going to put you in like a concrete room effectively and keep you strapped down while letting leeches do most of the work. Modest is going to see you in a relatively nicer padded room, but very much the same situation, but you'll be fed a much nicer meals in comparison to the slime that you would otherwise get that'll keep you barely alive. And then there's comfortable, wealthy, and aristocratic, which are all much more lavish lifestyles here within the sanitarium, but you will basically be pampered while you're here. Not only will you come out of this fully rested as a level 7 rune knight, you will also come out of this with a buff if you are to stay with the aristocratic lifestyle, with your disease fully cured.
So, damn, let's get that. How much? How much?
Usually, the cost for an aristocratic lifestyle would usually be about 10 silver a day. However, because you've made friends with Audrey, and Audrey knows Isabella, your cost for an aristocratic lifestyle would be 5 silver a day.
Oh, 35 for the long rest.
35. Actually, because it's the full week, you'd be paying only 30.
Oh, okay. Bruna, I'm assuming she's like, oh, they explain to her like, oh yes, if you choose, Bruna immediately is like, I have expensive taste. I'll take the most expensive one you've got.
Isabella sort of nods for a moment, a very eager nod at the prospect of somebody paying for the more expensive services, and would sort of guide you along to the main counter here. You would see a number of other practitioners here within this place, sort of clad in more white, sterile clothing. And eventually, you are guided to your much more comfortable room within the sanitarium, away from the screaming and the crying. Instead, you are given a nice padded room with a very comfortable bed, very delicious meals every day, and you are treated to with the best portents and tinctures and leeches this side of the Ettenmoor. By the end of the week, your disease will be cured, you'll be fully rested, and you will be leaving this place with a small buff.
Let's go.
Fantastic. Go ahead and mark off 30 silver.
Hopefully they come to visit me in the sanitarium.
Fantastic. Okay. Bruna is up in the sanitarium right now. Anybody else have anything else they'd like to do?
Yeah, Aviel's gonna go back to that blacksmith.
Okay. Going back to the blacksmith down in the more common district, you would find the same Leonin who had been working before, and they sort of take a moment. They don't acknowledge you immediately, but they do eventually sort of look back and do a double take and then see you again. Howdy.
Hey.
Back again with your elf armor, right?
Yeah. She's got it in a heap in her hands right now. So I have time this time. And money. Do you think you could stud it? For real?
Let me see it.
She walks in and dumps it on the counter.
He would, sort of rubbing at his chin, sort of come up and start inspecting the leathers. How long have you had this?
Damn. She either stole it before leaving Iridel, or it would have been the first thing she bought when she got her like first merc job, which wouldn't have been that long ago.
Okay. So, I'm gonna be honest. This is pretty torn. I could repair it and stud it. But if you got coin, I can knock off the price of some of the other armors we got, and you can just buy a brand new, clean set of armor. Because I'm gonna be honest, he sort of pokes a taloned finger through one of the holes. Yeah, that's
I mean, it adds character, right? Don't you think?
It adds character for the trainees that I'm gonna give this to for them to break down.
Oh. Right.
I'll tell you what. You trade this in. You said you got money?
Some.
I'll sell you a new Gambison. Sorry, no. I'll sell you a new Brigandine set that I got.
All right.
With this, and you pay me 35 silver.
She just before he said the number, she had like flinched away, put her hand over her heart, and like knitted her brows together, like, and she opens an eye. What? Really?
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Yeah, that sounds good.
Puts out his paw.
She counts out the coins. There you go.
He's gonna take your set of old leather armor. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and delete that set of leather armor on your character. And he will give you a brand new, clean set of brigandine armor.
Okay. Delete.
How to increase the price in one easy step. Scream, that's it.
Oh, you're right. 75. No. Got anything else while you've been out adventuring? I'm always in need of more metal.
Oh. Well, I gave my extra dagger to a goblin.
His brows sort of perk, but doesn't say anything.
Like a friendly goblin.
Hey, no judgment from me. It's your dagger.
Yeah. Let's see. I do have another dagger.
I mean, I don't want to buy your dagger if you need it. I'm talking if you found anything else while you were out adventuring.
Well, I mean, I did find this dagger a while ago. I was just keeping it just in case, but I haven't really used it.
All right, let me see it.
Yeah, all right. Here you go. She holds out one of the daggers she found in the cultist's hideout.
Okay. He sort of takes a moment and specs it. Oh, yeah, it's not in bad quality. Yeah, I'll buy it for 2 silver.
Oh. 3's my favorite number. You buy it for 3.
Roll me a persuasion check. Hold on. Okay. He sort of smirks, starts pushing back the dagger.
All right, I'll keep it.
Come back if you find anything else interesting. If you find weapons or any sort of extra metal while you're out, I'll buy it on the premium.
But not the premium of 3 silver.
2 for a dagger is premium.
Wow. How
3
much is a dagger to buy?
2 silver.
Oh, really?
It's a brand new dagger. That's why I was buying it.
I was hoping he'd say 5 silver, just a slap to the face.
Huh. All right. Well, maybe I'll come back and buy some daggers. Who knows? Maybe this time I'll need them.
We'll see. But I'll be here.
Okay. Well, I'll be back. I'm sure. Unless I die this time, doing yet another dangerous mission for the Baron. She starts backing out.
Well, I wish you all the best of luck on your dangerous journeys for the Baron. And,
Thank you.
I hope you come back with more coin.
Me too. That's kind of why I'm here. But also definitely to save the whole city. Because if we don't
He's sort of
complete
like
this dangerous mission.
sort of hand on the hip, looks like a side cant of the head, like, yeah, okay.
She's like in the doorframe at this point, still backing away. So
shouting across
your
the
life
shop.
kind of depends on it as well.
Yeah, all right.
So she turns and runs.
He starts brushing his hands down his apron and picks up his hammer
I
again.
wonder how many times he hears that a day. You know, I'm going on an important quest that might put the entire cities on
This is
stake.
Tyros, what do you want from
Yeah,
me?
I'm going on a new quest. It might put. I'm going on a new quest. It might put.
If I fail, it could spell doom for the whole countryside.
Hey, that's my story.
Baz up, I was here
Time's up.
first. Anyway, you got a discount.
Hey, you don't know who I am, but I would really appreciate a discount if you lay your score.
You know who my father is.
All right, Abiel, you got a new set of brigandine armor, which is
Hell yeah.
12 AC plus your dex modifier uncapped, so you currently are sitting at 17 AC.
Wow. What a day.
and a whole boatload of silver to buy things with.
I know, right?
Is there anything
I'll
else
let
you're doing
everyone
here
know.
in the sort of trade district?
Oh, yeah. Another list of medicines to buy, but I'm going to have to find that list and do that.
Go ahead, and if you go to the journals, you'll see adventuring equipment. It'll show you a consumables list. It says player copy, and that'll show you all of the consumable items and what they do.
The journals?
Yes, in the top right, it looks like a opened book.
Oh.
Go to that. Go to Tales of Sunfall Notes. It's a little yellow icon.
Entering equipment. Oh, God
Indeed.
bless.
Scroll through. It'll give you a little descriptor of what it does.
Thank you. All right. I'll just be here in the marketplace.
While you're perusing that,
yeah.
does anybody want to do anything else?
Ooh,
I
Yes.
think I was getting introduced to a tailor.
Yeah. Audrey
Can't
would, after escorting Bruna to the sanitarium and introducing her to Isabella, you would be introduced to. Oh God, let me pull up her name.
Tim rolls up. So I hear you work on tails.
Okay, you, being escorted throughout the noble district, would be introduced to Beatrice, who is a tailor here within the nobles district who handles a lot of the sort of more refined clothing of the nobles of Sunfall. You would step into this rather beautiful store with a number of sort of dresses and outfits already fully on display on these sort of wooden carved mannequins. You would see a number of more upper class individuals sort of finely dressed themselves as they are perusing and wandering the shop, sort of speaking with a number of the helpers here within the store. You would have that faint scent of perfume that sort of lingers in the air, and you would eventually be met with Beatrice, who is a rather tall, half-giant woman. You would see that she herself is also finely dressed, sort of wearing this very dark vest that sort of contrasts a very bright, almost lavender, sort of purple shirt that she wears with sort of accenting frills at the end of her cuffs. And she sort of smiles very wide upon seeing Audrey and sort of eyes you with a look of opportunity.
Like, oh, I've never had the chance to clothe someone like this before.
Exactly.
I imagine as they're walking there, just between Audrey and Pim's like,
So let me get this straight. The fancier you are here, the more clothes you wear?
Well, usually, yes.
That's strange.
I take it it's not the same where you're from?
Oh, I mean, you can wear whatever you want, but normally, if you're very important, you're also very pretty. So, I mean, well, let's just say the turtle man gets really upset when I don't wear pants.
No, I don't imagine he does. Well, you don't have to worry. I think if you tell Beatrice that you don't want to wear pants, I think she'll make an exception.
Pim is like excited, and then when we get to the store,
there's a very sort of sly grin on Audrey's face as she would escort you to Beatrice's shop. And Beatrice, a very loud and very prideful woman, sort of immediately, sort of seeing you, begins talking with Audrey and sort of exclaiming where Audrey found you. And if there's no sort of resistance, like Beatrice is already sort of pulling you away from the main rabble, sort of away from the rest of the folks towards the back of the shop, where she's already she's already busting out like measuring tapes, and Audrey's sort of leaning against the counter, her chin resting on the back of her palm as she's watching all of this with a very wide smile, sort of her hat pushed back just a little bit more. She has no intentions of leaving. She's very interested in whatever is about to happen.
Oh yeah.
Pim's just like a little unfamiliar with the process of fitting clothes, so I imagine as like the tape measure comes out and like measurements are being made, like hold up your arms, dear, like that kind of whole thing. She's like,
Oh, well, normally we have wine before this, but...
Audrey sort of chuckles a little bit, and it's very obvious that she and Beatrice, if nothing else, are close, as you would watch her sort of lean over the counter, and you would hear the sort of clanking of bottles and rummaging. She'd eventually pull up, it sounds like a half-empty bottle, and just sort of pops the cork on it and goes, "Here you are."
all right, yeah, Pim is excited for this entire experience. I can see Beatrice is a day drinker.
Yes.
Awesome,
Her and Audrey
awesome.
both. That's why they bond.
I think we're gonna have a wine mom moment here.
Perfect. You basically would have the back of the store fully to yourself. Beatrice is fully engrossed in the idea of dressing a satyr, a creature from the Feywild, something she's like never interacted with, only ever heard stories of, and sort of is really trying to sort of see what's real, what's not. Sort of definitely
Poke at the horns.
Definitely pouring the booze, keeping it going. But yeah, definitely, there's a lot of like sort of testing, like making sure how they'd have to make the outfit, and sort of figuring out what requests Pim would like for her new outfit.
So yeah, long and short of it, Pim would have a few requests. A, no pants. So
Beatrice sort of pauses for a moment. There's an almost surprised look as she looks over to Audrey, and Audrey, sort of already smiling wide, sort of sipping from a wine glass, sort of goes, "I know, that's why I like her." Beatrice nods.
That's straight up ass.
So there would be the request of no pants, so probably skirts and underclothes only. And Pim would make it known that this is for when they are back at the Baron's estate and around town. And also request that it is that it resembles her, essentially her holy symbol. I'm posting that in TOS chat.
So you want to get like something embroidered on this?
Mainly like the coloring.
Okay. So like a light blue, or like a sort of white-ish blue with like blue accents.
Yeah, like that white, that baby blue with like darker blue accents on it.
Easily
Again, and like the starburst / diamond symbol. Again, Titania symbol emblazoned upon it. Something more befitting an emissary.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and we'll say this is some fine clothing. And because you are a friend of Audrey, she is going to charge you for the whole outfit with this sort of custom make. Thankfully, less fabric, because there's no need to sort of work around your hooves or digital grade legs. So she, all in all, with the sort of friend discount that's going to be accounted for, your outfit will come out to being 20 silver pieces.
All right, fantastic.
And given enough time, she'll be, with a lot of the contracts that she's already doing. Let's see, how skilled? is Beatrice. How fast can she get your outfit done? Okay, she would be able to get your outfit done within the week.
Fuck yeah.
So probably before you finish your long rest, she'll have had your commission complete, and she will have it sent to the estate, unless you wish to come pick it up yourself.
Oh, I'll probably forget, so you might want to send that over.
Audrey gives a nod.
I got lots of stuff to do.
And the drinking continues as they sort of finish up the rest of your measurements. You can see her already making small sketches in a little notebook and sort of showing you some of the design ideas, getting your opinions, changing some of the things. Okay. Is there, while you're doing that, is there anything else?
Shit. I guess that's the most. I guess that's the most immediate concern for Pim is to get an outfit befitting an emissary.
Perfect. Is there anything else anybody else would like to do?
Yeah, I got some shit.
Tegan.
First thing I want to do is go back to the lady that I bought my fire oil from.
Okay.
My bowstring. I owe her money. I believe I owed her 5. It was 5 gold then, so 5 silver pieces now. Okay, yeah, he'll stop by and he'll just say, sorry I couldn't get the flowers. They were all kinda corrupted in the part of the Goldwood that we went to.
Do you give her the one that you collected?
I think I put it away because it was corrupted and nasty. I don't think I actually ended up keeping it.
Oh, okay. So you inform her that the sort of area was corrupted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She's very appreciative of the 5 silver. Thank you. It's a pity that you weren't able to get any of the flowers, but it's all right. What do you mean they were corrupted?
Just the area that we were in. It wasn't quite good for plant life. Everything was frail, dying, decaying. That flower probably wouldn't have even made the trip home.
You can see she sort of grimaces. She gives a small nod. Thank you. If I come across any other work, would you be interested?
Definitely.
Okay. Well, I look forward to another task together, hopefully.
Yeah, especially if you keep on making drawstring grease, I will definitely be interested.
Well, I also have some other things.
Oh?
Oh, well, during your trip while you were gone, we did have another merchant come in from Katarina. And they left behind some curious items. Some things I haven't seen before, but perhaps you'd be interested in them.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
Okay. In terms of equipment, what this merchant in particular is selling are arrows.
Ooh.
Arrows of acid, fire, lightning, and ice, as well as 2 arrows of wounding.
Ooh. I think probably most interested in what the arrows of wounding would do first.
Yeah, she would present the 2 arrows. They're completely by themselves. They're not part of a bundle or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And she would sort of pat it, but you can see it's almost like a hesitant pat, like even she's afraid to touch it. You would see that there is an almost like crescent bone at the end of the arrow itself. that is sort of attached to the arrow shaft, and then this sort of darker feathers at the end. And even just sort of being near it, you can almost feel this faint, cold energy that seems to waft off of this arrow. He didn't say much of what it did, just that if you hit a creature with this, they're gonna wish you didn't. An arrow of wounding is an arrow dangerous to living creatures. It deals an additional 1d4 necrotic damage on top of your weapon damage, and the creature struck by this arrow cannot regain hit points until the end of their next turn.
Ooh.
Each arrow is 55 silver pieces.
And how much for the other ones?
Well, the other ones, he left quite the bundle of them, but still sort of informed me that they're a little harder to come by. But these ones, she pushes out the arrow of lightning, which has a sort of glass-like arrowhead that seems to have a small spark of light every now and then, as if it's beating with a pulse. These ones, he said, seem to sort of act like a storm. You hit a creature and they're going to feel it throughout their entire body. An arrow of lightning deals an additional impacts in and out to a radius of 5 feet of all creatures within that radius are forced to make a dex save versus your save DC. They'll take 2d4 lightning damage, or half as much on success. The main creature will also take the 2d4 plus your weapon damage. Each arrow is 15 silver. It is the cheapest of the 4.
Okay.
There's the arrow of acid and ice. Arrow of acid does the same thing, explodes out to a radius of 5 feet. All of them need to make dex saves or suffer 2d4. As well, it leaves behind a lingering patch of acid, which lasts permanently or until washed away. Creatures who enter this pool or start their turn in this pool suffer a -2 to their AC until the end of their next turn.
Ooh.
They're 20 silver apiece.
Okay.
Arrows of ice, again, 2d4, dex save. The arrow leaves behind a lingering patch of ice, which lasts for 3 rounds. The creatures who enter this patch for the first time on their turn or start their turn must succeed on a dex save or fall prone. They are also 20 silver apiece.
And can these be stacked with the grease?
With the
So like
grease?
say I use a drawstring fire grease, which gives me an extra like D8 of fire damage. Do these also like stack with that?
Yeah. Finally, the arrow of fire. Same thing, 2d4 fire damage, dex save for all the creatures, but this one leaves a lingering patch of fire, which burns for 3 rounds, dealing 1d4 fire damage to all creatures who enter it on the first time or start their turn there. They are 25 silver apiece. She has 5 of each.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 wounding arrows.
Yes, I'm looking at other things that I want to buy to make sure I have enough money really quick.
Can I just really quickly ask? I found the prices and services Sunfall. Did you adjust prices? Because the Warden's Ointment was 75 silver last time, and now it says N cost 125 and H cost 375.
Yeah, high cost is if it's in high demand or if the merchant doesn't like you. It's 3 times the normal price. The normal price is usually 125. If you got it for 75, it means you got it for a deal.
Oh.
The normal price is usually 125 silver pieces.
Right. Yeah, last time that's how much it cost to buy it, and there were 2 available. Damn, prices have really gone up. Inflation be hitting. Shit.
Magical healing. It basically heals. It's basically 5 healing elixirs.
Yeah.
Knowing that Naomi got a big discount. Because I also
What?
wanted to get new armor.
Oh, the armor discount. Can't do
Yeah.
it.
I'm just trying to make sure I have enough money.
So I guess there's no reason to get an ointment over just 5 healing elixirs then.
Well, the ointment also gets rid of other status effects.
Oh, okay.
The healing elixir will get rid of things like burning, blight, bleeding, but the warden's ointment gets rid of the poison condition. You also gain the 10 hit points, and you lose all status effects.
Right.
Alright, you know what? I like her. She's been nice to me. Okay, well, I am really proficient with a bow. It's my go-to, so how about I try one of each, and then I come back and I let you know which one's my favorite?
Sure. One of each, including one of the wounding arrows?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay. Well, for informing me of the flowers and being a rather pleasant person to talk to, I'll sell you the whole thing for 125 silver.
I insist you take the 135. You cut me a deal last time. I at least owe you that much.
She sort of smiles. All right.
And
Okay.
he pays the full 135, I think it is.
Perfect. I will add all of these arrows for you.
Thank you.
So, Tegan, how are you going to eat? I spent it all on arrows!
I still have some silver, fuck you.
I spent it all on arrows!
I still have some money.
Perfect. So, the way it'll work is you'll say, I'm making an attack roll and I'm using an arrow fire. So you will click your attack roll and then you'll do your arrow fire. You'll click that afterwards and it'll give you a little drop down token so that way you can place it. And then it'll also roll its 2d4 and sort of post its own little card.
Ooh. Fancy. I will not buy armor on this day. I shall wait because I am in the back anyways.
Fantastic. So not only did arrows get introduced, I'm also introducing a bunch of elixirs. Give me a moment. So, things like the elixir of arcane cultivation, which is an elixir that you can buy and drink as a bonus action to restore a first level spell slot. The highest form of it is a supreme elixir of arcane cultivation, which can restore a 4th level spell slot. Understand that they are very pricey and very rare. As well, all of the other elixirs that I've made, Hill Giant Strength, Colossus, Water Breathing, Vigilance, Aptitude, Peerless Focus, Cat's Eye, and all of the resistances, they all last until you finish a short rest.
Oh my god.
Ooh,
Oh my god. Finally, after 100 silver, I have Liquefied's level 1 spell. Holds up the funny juice.
The Arcane Cultivation, the lowest form of it for first level, is about the same price as a healing elixir.
I have found it, the Red Bull. Okay.
Well, after blowing my fucking load of money, I go sleep and I meditate on my crystals.
Okay. Perfect. Anybody else? Fenra.
After spending some time bathing, recuperating, cleaning, she We'll meet with her sister once again. With a curious, do you know what happened to that, what was his name? Dead Talon.
Huh. I believe he's outside of the city.
Oh. All right. I am sure he is fine. I am going
If he
to.
has run off, he has run off. Either way, a life has been spared to continue down its path.
I am more concerned he has been run off.
And there's Goran Suneater with a steel chair.
Just right outside the fucking gate. I am headed to meet this Minister of Faith. Will you be joining me, or do you have your own plans?
I'm going to get a drink, Other, unless you want me to join you.
Your company is always appreciated, sister. You know that. But if you are intent on becoming inebriated, perhaps this is where we should part for now. I will come back when you have.
Why must you always judge me? This is
What
so
do you
rude
mean?
of you. It
What
is
do
an
you mean?
always thing. You will never find a way not to do this.
What do
I
you
want to go and enjoy my life and the way it is going. And you
Then
are
go
just
enjoy
so
it,
down my
sister.
throat.
I
I don't
I walk past the bird women.
Oh,
They're just squaw, 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 squaw.
You're not involved, Hagen.
we
You're
are
not involved,
guests
you're
here,
not involved.
sister. Just
Look,
scream.
just because I worship our great mother with my fists and weapons, and you worship them with smoke and mirrors, it is different.
Smoke and mirrors.
She gestures to the little, sensors.
These are the sacred rights of our coven, sister. How dare you diminish it to something like a simple street magic? Stop saying that. Ugh, fine, go drink. She storms.
I love you.
Love you too.
Oh my god, what are they yelling about?
I'd like to imagine it's all in Celestial, so she's like,
Scraw! 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 The
All right.
servants walking past, like hands up, covering the side of their eyes as they just keep
just
walking past.
fucking, just like the beat of wings.
Squaw! Squaw! Squaw!
All right, we're gonna go see the Minister of Faith.
Perfect.
Jesus.
Yes, making your way to the cathedral here within the nobles district, the sort of grandiose temple that it is, of its carved stone and numerous archways. You would find within it a face you have met before, Lord Essen, the Hand of Light, as well as a little lad beside him, currently helping light the candles for the sort of afternoon service. As Lord Essen sort of has their hands folded behind themselves along the back of their shell, the turtle sort of turns its head to look at you, a slow, languid motion, and it gives you a small nod. Is there something I can help you with?
Robert, what does Essen look like? What is he?
Essen's an
Fucking
old turtle.
Oh, fuck, it's the Turtle Pope.
Yes.
Frick.
The Minister of Faith, Lord Essen, the Hand of Light. He is an
Just,
old turtle.
Can't reach the candles.
Use the stool, honey.
just, they're talking into the background. There's just this fucking pot trying to jump up to reach the candle.
I I can just see that in the background of the conversation cutscene.
Yep. Runs off, finds a stool, still too small.
You are welcome here in these hallowed halls of Bahamut. How might I be of assistance?
Minister of Faith. She, steepling her taloned fingers together, she gives him a small, respectful bow of the head. I seek a place of my own to set up and worship my own deity. If not here, then somewhere in the city. I was told by the Baron to seek your aid in such a matter.
Already you can see he's looking you up and down, sort of taking in your appearance, your various religious iconography.
Stained hands of incense, the slight fragrant smell, the censers hanging at her hips. The ominous crown.
The worship of the Somber Lady is not commonplace amongst the people here in Sunfall. But, as with all faith of the Eranar, there is always a place for it. I am afraid we have no vacant temples, but I imagine that the Platinum Father would be more than welcome to share a hall with your Somber Lady. He would sort of gesture for you to follow.
And follow she would.
There are small sort of side chambers on the main cathedral, sort of smaller rooms lined with pews, all the same, not as grand as the central cathedral itself. But you can see that they also have the sort of more blank stained glass, an altar, a sort of pedestal and pews, as well as braziers. These seem to be more sort of closer or more guarded prayer rooms, where if you were to gather a small following, any other worshippers of Saren, you would have this room here within the cathedral on hallowed ground to basically practice your religion. A kindness offered by Lord Essen, being that you also worship an Eranar that is known to him.
I imagine there's very few Eranar who are not known to him. Pop quiz, bitch. Okay. She'll take a moment to look around, sort of appreciating the small hall. Comparing it to the rest dedicated to Bahamut, she can't help but release sort of a languid sigh that this is probably the best that Saren would have in the wider region. It is enough. Thank you for this generosity, and of course my respects to Bahamut for allowing room.
If you are successful and manage to garner a rather larger following of worshippers for the Somber Lady, and there is need for it, we can speak with the Baron and discuss the potential of another temple being erected.
A lofty goal, sir. I appreciate the vision. For now, though, I shall work on finding those receptive to my words, and I think I might know where to start.
The smile is slow to spread across his face, but once it does, he gives a nod. I shall leave you to your prayers, and should you need me, I will be in the main hall. We are preparing for our ceremony soon.
Do you have a crypt or a place where the dead are stored?
You are one of the mercenaries hired by the Baron.
My sister and I have come here to find a name for ourselves, and accepting the Baron's request has been the first step in that. So yes, I am a mercenary.
Your recent companion, if I am remembering correctly, Snapjaw. They lie within the crypts under the effects of a gentle repose. Their cost for services until a diamond is acquired or the fee is met, they shall remain in the crypts with the rest of the dead.
If you would have me, I would like to inspect this place where the dead are kept. It is my goddess's domain, after all.
You can see that gives him some small amount of pause.
She kind of adds, there's a sort of thin smile, and she adds, my specialty is tending to the dead from my coven.
Roll me a persuasion roll.
Ooh, we're hot on those.
Alright, as I glance back to the overlay, I see an 11.
Yes.
Hey, see?
God wills it.
Ooh, sorry, DC was 35.
I'll freaking kill you.
I hate
You'll be the
Hades.
first corpse I work on.
Try it, bitch. Hold person.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
He sort of pauses for a moment, gives a small nod. There are small mausoleums within the map and an entrance to the crypts proper. You'll find it under the large oak tree.
I appreciate it. If you would, one more last favor. My domain, Seren's domain, I think it would be of most use to those preparing for their transition to meet the Erenar. If you could spread the word to those ready or readying themselves for the end, I would be more than willing to listen and prepare them for the journey.
Well, much of my days are tasked with the upkeep of Bahamut's cathedral. I am afraid such tasks are better suited for maybe individuals like that one. Sort of gesturing to Honey. You're essentially asking a lord to do some grunt work, and Lord Essen is a very busy man.
Ah, you're right. I forget myself, Lord. Perhaps then she side-eyes the pot, still sort of trying to light a candle.
The pot is staring at you. You can't
Whoa.
tell, but he's just staring up.
I love that. They look back and
Whoa.
it's stopped moving. It's T-posing.
Whoa.
A DM, check your DMs, but he's just standing behind you, staring up at you.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a small pot staring up at you.
Is that one in charge of tending to the dying, then?
Oh. No, this is Honey.
I have dead people inside me.
He's a warrior Jaw from House Kaladir.
Oh, what do I know about warrior jars? DM. DM.
Who? Let me.
What do I know about pot?
Roll me a history check.
The history check.
History check.
Blah.
Probably not that wide known to the covens. Honestly, it's a little strange.
It's a little strange. Yeah? The pot that just told me it has dead people inside me is a little strange.
The pot that talked to you but has no discernible features. You are unfamiliar with this magic.
You can see her fingers tapping together as she stares at this talking pot. You have the dead within your pot.
Yes, you have lovely wings, by the way. They're quite gorgeous.
You are unfamiliar with warrior jars.
They are. Her head turns before her eyes fully break away from Honey. They are not a practice that is common amongst my coven. No.
It is an older tradition as well. Many Tarosi heroes who wish to continue in service to whatever family or whatever oath they've kept, sort of placed within a ceremonial jar. The spirit of the warrior inhabits it entirely. Their vigor and their tenacity brought out within these small warriors. Though this one is small because he has not yet completed much of his necessary rituals, but that's quite alright, honey. You will grow with time.
I'm going to be big one day.
A construct revenant, she mouths as her eyes fall upon the pot again. This sort of like reserved fascination with the thing. The strange form of undeath. All right. You can see she's taking her time to sort of consider, like, she's sort of lost in thought.
Mm-hmm.
She's sort of looking over Honey's form.
Essen's already turned and is beginning to walk away.
Understand. I'm sure it'll take about 3 years to finally leave, so we have time. Your name is Honey.
Yep.
And the dead rest inside you. Yet you are their spirits, reincarnated and given a mission. Am I understanding this correctly?
Pretty much. I don't remember a whole lot.
And who is your caretaker if you really are a revenant?
Well, Sir Aston's been watching over me for a while now. That's really it. I just kind of stay here. I feed the animals in the backyard. And then I go see Orvis every once in a while, and he lets me boop the snoot.
What?
You know, he makes like a motion for Fenrir to like bend down to his level.
She hesitates, but sort of relents, bowing down to the pot.
And then he boops her snoot.
There's a slow blink as she methodically rises to straighten. You did that to Orpheus.
Yeah. The scales are very shiny and they're very smooth on my hands.
You can see she's trying very hard to maintain this clerical composure as she bites her lip and a snort escapes her lips. I see. That is your mission as a revenant, is to boop the snoot.
Oh, I don't really know what my mission is yet. I just had a really good feeling to come here, and now I'm just kinda here.
Then come, little one. Amongst the dead, perhaps we can ask Seren for guidance for your purpose.
Okay.
He will follow her like a little kid.
Yep, they're gonna go. They're gonna go to the crypt.
Okay.
Love that.
As a quick aside, Aveo, there's actually like a pipe, like there's like a non-stress pipe and pouch of tobacco that you can buy.
The pipe itself is 2 silver, but then the pipe and tobacco that reduces stress is 3 silver.
I mean, they're both 3 silver. The pipe that's finally made and the pouch of tobacco, 10 uses. The pipe is 2 silver. The pouch is 1 silver.
Oh, okay.
But if you want the pipe, the pipe and tobacco that reduces your stress because it's a singular item. It's basically like a 1-use pipe. That'll be 3 silver.
So it's like one of those not refillable vapes that you can
Indeed. It's a hookah stick.
One's for RP, one's for
Correct.
mechanics.
Excellent. Okay, well, I have my shopping list.
Perfect.
Oh,
baby.
Added up based on just normal cost. I want to spend every single silver I have. Wait, I have 6 copper left. Can I buy anything for 6 copper?
Yeah, there's I think you can buy. Let me see. I think
Rations are 50 copper each, and I'm already buying some.
You have 6 copper?
Yeah, 6
I think you
copper
can go buy
remaining.
some drinks at the tavern.
Okay.
How
many
Nice.
drinks?
Jesus Christ, it's gonna be a week, and Aviel's gonna roll up to the party a drunk, an alcoholic, and a smoker.
She has 6
Yeah, it's
copper
gonna
for
be-
drinks. How many can I possibly buy?
It's gonna be Avail and Hydeal just rolling back up to the party, like, "Woo," just singing a song they don't know.
Smelling like smoke.
A mug of ale is gonna cost you. A mug of ale is gonna cost you 4 copper.
Excellent.
It is a tart peach stout served cold.
All right, she'll try to like do some handstands and stuff to maybe get a second drink for just 2 copper.
You know what? Roll me a performance check. Sure. They'll sell you mugs of ale of tart peach stout for 3 copper pieces a mug.
Excellent. She'll buy 2 at some point.
Let me go over your list real quick and see what you can get.
My sister is living her best life.
Woo woo. Hoot hoot.
I like you. You're my new friend.
Don't push your luck, kid.
You are being adopted. Do not resist.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask. My question there. Healing salve. It says in the description that it can't be used on unconscious creatures, but we did use it on the creatures we got out of the cocoons.
They were not unconscious. They were paralyzed.
Ah, understandable.
Because it is mundane healing. It's not magical healing. The way that you'll be able to use it on unconscious people is if you start taking some proficiencies in medicine.
Ah, okay.
Very
good.
Let's see. Antivenoms, rations, holy beads, smelling salts, shimmering powder, 2-person tent, pipe and tobacco, pipe weed. We're buying a bunch of cigarettes, playing cards, healing salves, and hail draughts.
In the brackets is the silver cost total for what it should be, based on normal prices.
Okay, yeah. Let me roll something real quick because one of those might be a high demand item. So let me roll real quick and see if it's a high demand item. It is a high demand item. Okay, your let me go check the prices real quick one more time.
Smash.
Which one?
It is the healing salves.
Oh.
They are going for 45 silver pieces right now.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no.
There's been a boom given the most recent activity that's been happening in and around Sunfall. People have been buying up healing items like crazy.
Wait, is the healing elixir also in high demand?
Basically, the healing salve, adrenaline tonic, triage kit. Let me roll for the elixirs, because elixirs aren't as plentiful as the more mundane healing items.
Right.
What about stitching kits?
I don't know why I rolled that. The healing elixirs are available, but they are less in supply.
Okay. Aviel, because she's buying so many healing items, she's gonna try to bargain down to, instead of getting 3 healing salves for 45 silver total, she's gonna try to get 2 healing elixirs for 45 silver. So like a 2.5 silver discount per.
Okay.
She's gonna spill out her coins on the table and be like, "This is all I've got. I thought it was gonna cost less."
Roll me a persuasion check. No. Full 25 apiece, please.
Shit. In that case, I'll edit that. I'll get 2 hail droughts instead and 2 healing salves, and then it should still be the same price in total.
Go ahead and do, count it all out again for me, and then once you've finished it, I'll take another look at it.
Yeah, so I've reposted already.
Oh, perfect.
That's healing, not salve, that's healing elixir.
And the cost has been adjusted as well?
25x2, yes. Because I needed 5 more silver for the healing elixirs, and I took off 1 hail drought, which was 5 silver each.
Okay, so it'll all come down to 157? Yeah, easily done.
Okay,
perfect.
Wonderful.
Go ahead and mark off 150 silver, and I will load up your character.
I have no money anymore.
It's fine. You bought a ton of supplies.
I did. And 2 drinks, one of which at some point she would give to Pim.
We got 2 hand drops. All right, continue, Fenner.
I hate that the otherworldly fragment's on the fucking equipment menu.
What you talking about?
Why is that available for purchase, DM?
No reason.
Okay.
But it's there, Smile.
It sure is.
Well, as you know, Spinebreaker Senkai has been selling those crystals.
Yeah. I know why it's there, but I'm like, why is that? Why, God?
Makes sense that eventually it'd find its way into the market. New and exotic crystals from the land over. Who knows what they can do, but the power could be yours.
Ban those now. All right, yeah. Fenra is going to take Honey down to the crypt, the cozy dead people place. She will sort of, as she wanders through on her way to Snapjaw, she'll sort of The sort of way that the corpses are sort of prepared, preserved, whether they are kept whole or burnt or what have you. Sort of like seeing what the traditions are for keeping the dead here in Sunfall.
You would see that aside from him, many of the others are already sort of bound within either stone sarcophagi or are within wooden coffins and are preparing to be sort of transported out of this place. As you would know that there's another chapel outside of town. So it sort of depends on who's brought here, who gets left in the crypt, and who gets shipped out to be buried in the hills. But Snapjaw himself is laid out sort of with this thin white veil that covers the entirety of their body from head to toe. You would see the rather enormous form of this dead Sectili, who is under the effects of some divine magic keeping their body intact until the price or the fee can be paid for resurrection. A diamond is found, or until the fee can no longer be paid, and then they will be interred and buried.
How much is the fee?
The fee for Lord Essen to resurrect one of your companions is 12 gold and 50 silver pieces. Or 1,250 silver pieces.
Oh.
That's within within 10 days. If it goes beyond that, he can cast resurrection for 21 gold and 40 silver pieces, or 2,140 silver pieces.
Oh. Well, how much silver did we get?
How much silver
Total?
did you all get?
Yeah.
175 per person.
So 1,200 silver total. How much is it to revivify him now?
No, you got, if it's 175 per person, you guys got 1,050 silver total.
So I said 1,200.
Yes, it's 1,250 for Raised Dead.
We're literally 25 silver short. I glare at the DM. This was intentional, you son of a bitch.
No.
Son of a bitch.
We're even more short because Aviel already spent all our money.
Yeah, everyone's already got off. Fenris sort of looks over her own coin purse and sighs. And then she will turn to Honey. A moment. Let me set up a place somewhere. She looks around for a small clearing to set up sort of her incense and censers. We shall pray to the night, the Maiden of Ravens, to see perhaps if we can determine what you're supposed to be doing here amongst the living. And she will do that. Do
Okay.
that thing.
What are you trying to do?
Pray to Sarah to see why this fucking revenant is wandering around with no goal in life. Or out life.
Okay. I think we're gonna put a pause on that.
God, why does this exist? Should I kill it?
We'll come back to that a little bit later. That's a lot.
Yeah. Look, you gave me the pot, alright.
The pot
You
gave
did
you
this.
the pot.
I did.
I didn't invite him.
Look, I just know I'm not responsible for this.
Okay.
Essen walked away. You are now the designated babysitter.
Hygel, Casimir. Anything you guys want to wrap up here in Sunfall?
Casimir's gonna visit the magical item auctions.
That you'll need an invite to.
Oh, you need an invite?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, seeing as he does not possess such invite, to give you a quick summary, because I don't want to use much of the time, I think Casimir will be spending much of his week at the library. and he will probably try to commit much of his time in assisting Pyrotorn with his research, acting as his sort of index for information between the local library and whatever personal repository of books the Lord has in his keep.
Okay. Working with Urhan. So traveling between the library and the Baron's estate and the Urhan's tower, yeah?
That's right. Whatever they can't find within the keep, he will quickly run down to the library and fill in the gaps.
Perfect. Is there something in particular you are researching?
Yes, he's going to try and research anything that help resist the mind-addling effects of the crystal.
Okay.
Ways to ward the mind.
Perfect. We'll go ahead. We'll put a week towards your research here. Why don't you roll me? We're going to say roll me just a general intelligence check.
Okay.
Okay. It is going to take a little bit longer than the week itself, having to sort of comb over a lot of the older tomes, sort of going into areas, a lot of the more restricted sections, or some of the older tomes that Urhan has to try and find anything. So you won't find anything this week, but you are making progress towards your research of something to help you.
Perfect. He will commit as much time as is necessary for that.
Fantastic.
And I'd like to append that in the late evenings, when he's finished with his reading and with some free hours before he must retreat to his chambers, he'll visit Runa. He'll spend some time with her while she recovers, marveling maybe at all the medieval methods used to cure her, which he'd find positively morbid.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of bloodletting and a lot of leeches.
Yes.
But it is working wonders.
He's just chilling with her, and she's like on the massage bench with leeches on her back.
Yeah, she's just taking.
It's
like, oh, is that Casimir?
Oh, Casimir, that's so interesting.
To go up to her neck, just like, all right, I'm gonna. Oh, that feels amazing.
Oh my God, he'd bring her like storytelling books and read out to her. Just anything to distract her, basically.
What kind of stories?
Smut.
Nothing salacious. He probably started with something fantasy related, like for children. Some kind of story about a dragon that needs a little child from some town to find them something. A little blonde princess who ended up lost in a cave and ended up meeting some gold dragon lady who saved her life.
Oh yeah? When it's just like, oh, see, it's a very interesting story. I appreciate you reading it to me. I am not 7 though, but hey, to each their own.
Oh,
Holy shit.
not one for good endings then.
Bust out the German folklore.
Hansel and Gretel now.
Well, there's one here about a terror who lives in the woods as some kind of monster that resembles a tree and takes children away from their mothers in the night.
Oh, I think I might have heard this one before. I believe my mom told me this one.
Asleep in seconds.
Yeah, I suppose I came unprepared.
Able to hear about children fucking cooking a beach.
She's sitting there. Just tell me the one about the eagle and the schnauzer.
The what?
You do not know about that one? They are
Please.
natural enemies.
Dame Bruna,
God.
you're supposed to rest. Lay back.
Okay, fine.
Surgeon
What's
above
that,
her.
Well, the story goes, there once was a king who had a very loyal and brave pet schnauzer.
What's translate, if you could?
It's a little dog. It's a small dog.
All right.
It's the bravest in all the land. And then, one day, when the king was out on one of his annual hunting trips, he was attacked by a great eagle that swooped down, wiping out his party. But the Schnauzer stood by his side and fought to the very bitter end. They both died, but, still a very good story.
Really?
Yes. They got eviscerated, ripped to pieces.
Right.
Isabella, who's collecting these rather fat leeches from Bruna's back, gives a small nod of approval to the story.
Oh, yeah.
Wriggle, wriggle.
Casimir is instead shook. he sets down all of these positive, happy ending books he's had on his lap that he handpicked to try and lift her humor. Sets them down. Okay.
Tarosi classic.
Could I perhaps help with the treatment in some way, or do you have it, ma'am? He asks.
The masked head immediately snaps to you. It stares for a long moment,
Wah, wah, wah.
then shakes its head.
I think she's got it. But I appreciate you visiting, though.
You could tell that him asking was more out of politeness, and he altogether expected her to say no, right? And it's with some relief that he nods, and then turns to Bruna. Well, of course I visit. We went there together, and it's only natural that it's... Make sure you wouldn't spend your recuperating time alone.
Oh, trust me. I'm making good friends with Isabella here.
Isabella's
Bruna,
leaving with a basket full of fat leeches. Not saying anything.
Is
What?
she the friend that Audrey mentioned?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She's very nice. Haven't seen her face, though. Haven't heard her spoken a single word, but I think we understand each other quite well.
Have you yet weaned if she wears the mask out of some religious value, or she just does it?
I just imagine it's because she's a doctor and she doesn't want to get sick. I got the wasting disease. I mean,
That's not how it
Coughs on
works.
Casimir.
just starts.
I'm contagious. Casimir, roll me
Wear
a
a
con
mask.
save.
I don't. I refuse. I don't like this reality.
COVID isn't real.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, I think the treatment is going well.
So, how do they feel?
What do you mean?
The leeches.
The leeches? I mean, you ever feel like a tiny, slimy little thing latch onto your skin and drain you of your life essence? It feels kind of weird, but yeah, you get used to it.
He blinked at her perplexedly. Never had the chance. Do you feel lightheaded? Numb, maybe.
DM, do I feel lightheaded or no? Is that what these leeches did to me?
Yes. As you sort of sit up, now that you're able to, you immediately feel the entire world around you get very dizzy, or sort of start to spin. You feel very dizzy, and you, Casimir, would watch as the color just begins to drain from her face. You get this very intense sensation of vertigo.
You seem a bit green around the gills, Dame Pruna.
Oh, what? I don't have gills.
Oh, it's just a saying.
But
You seem sick.
I guess you could say I'm a bit lightheaded, but it happens. It's not the first time I've gotten a leech treatment before.
Fair. Have any of your friends from your company visited you?
DM, have any of my friends from my company visited me yet?
High or low?
Or is it? Let's go with high. Going high.
I like to think that
Yes.
Bruna's story was just invented from her dizzy hallucinations.
You would, Casimir, you would look over, and having seen it now and sort of putting it together yourself, you would see a bunch of like the accumulation of like get well soon type
Oh my
motifs
God.
here in the corner of the room.
There's a little leech painted on the
Flowers,
card.
cards, various forms of like sweets and drinks that have been left over. Doctor's ordered that she can't drink any of it, but it is saved, and there's a lot of company paraphernalia. Her free company has been here a lot, it would seem.
I can't believe you got sick and there's a little leech drawn under it.
Can't believe you got sick.
Fucking kill you.
Bruno looks over to that one's like, this one's my favorite. It's just the card that says, I can't believe you got sick.
I think you should burn it.
Oh, why is that? She's just so cute and, you know.
It's a rather weak use of words.
Pop out leech.
It's gonna pop out leech.
Unfold the card.
Holy fuck. Stress.
Is that a,
It's the most unsettling passage.
is that some kind of running joke in your company? Bloodletting and leeches?
I mean, not necessarily, but sometimes we have to wade through swamps or places like where we were before, and you know, sometimes when you're wading through, you come out with a couple of passengers, but you know, nothing new.
Passengers?
Yes, you know, the leeches. I mean, it happens. There are worse things out there. Yeah,
I like that.
absolutely.
Well, they seem to be rather fond of you. Lots of things
I mean,
here.
I mean, what can I say? I have a lot of blood to give.
Hopefully
had a cap's
healthy
not.
blood.
Give a thumbs up from the force.
Bruna, so as kind of she's sitting there, she's looking at Casimir, smiles like, thanks for visiting. It's always nice to see a friendly face.
Of course. I'll be coming as much as I can after I'm done. If you need anything from any shopkeeper or any sort of candy or supplies that you cannot get for yourself, let me know and I'll get it for you.
I think I'm good on the candy and the drinks, but give my regards to everyone else, please. Hopefully they are doing well.
I'm not sure what most of them are. I think Pim's getting a dress, and I hear Hygel is at the inn, but I'm not sure about anybody else.
Oh, okay. Well,
Well,
what's up with the others?
well, as I said, I'm not sure.
Hmm.
But
Sorry.
I wanted to ask you before I go. What will you do? Will you keep doing freelancing work, or will you rejoin your company?
I suppose it depends. I mean, personally, I wouldn't mind rejoining and going back out into the fray, but, you know, maybe if the Baron renews my contract, or if my free company calls me back for another mission, who knows, but I wouldn't mind traveling with you all again. You all seem very capable.
Well, I cannot speak for others, but what foray we did have together out there, it was an utmost honor. Thank you for keeping me safe, Dame Bruna.
Anytime, little man.
I'm not little.
Oh, you're little compared to me.
Everybody is.
Exactly.
I'm taking my books. I'll bring you something about biology next time. Perhaps you must brush up on your math.
Oh, don't be such a baby.
Calculus,
fine.
perhaps.
Oh, just drink. Look, just drink your milk and you'll grow up big and strong like Bruno, okay?
Trigonometry for you. Goodbye.
Diseased you later.
Later.
Casimir petulantly grabs his books and he'll storm out.
Bruno waves them off.
Making your way back to the Baron's estate, books in tow, and continuing your research with Urhan.
That's right. Helping the dwarf.
Fantastic. Finally, Hygel.
Hi, y'all. What's up?
Yeah? That's how
Ooh,
we're
it's a
starting
pun.
this,
It's a pun
motherfucker?
Sunday.
Hey there, friend. Hey there, friend.
I fucking RKO Hygel.
No! Please!
Alright.
Oh, it's 8 p.m.?
Oh, the clock. I mean, the clock's been moving on sound. It's only just now that the time or the light actually caught up to it. This would be. Go back.
What is time doing?
This would be when this would basically be you stepping away from the rest of your companions, and doing whatever you're doing while everybody else splits off and does their thing for the day.
A galaxy-sized hand pulls the sun back slowly.
I think, I don't know. I think Hydiel would have had like almost a Princess Jasmine moment, right? Where she's like, all right, I'm on my own. I'm gonna go look at everything. Where she like gets out of the adventuring and the place where her sister and her came from, and I think she'd head to probably the bazaar again, just to look at everything that was there, and end up actually outside at the turning grounds to see if anything was happening there.
There hasn't been any recent activity within the turning grounds. Let's see. I lied. There are knights sparring on the turning grounds right now. You would see a number of knights clad in their gleaming armor. You would see the various sort of brilliant colors that hang off of them, all very apparent colors of that of House Ashford. The sort of light green, dark green, and white coloration that sort of sways from their capes, and the sort of banded cloth that hangs around their helmets. And you would see a number of the Baron's knights currently sparring.
Yeah, Hydiel, probably not understanding the engagement rules of such a spire, would wander up and try to test their mettle, essentially.
Trying to join the spar?
Yeah, I think she would come up, and after having such a wandering, probably jovial experience within the bazaar, she'd be in pretty high spirits, and as she stated earlier to her sister, that's how she worships her goddess, by steel and, spar and fight and war. So she'd go up there and try to probably have it out with a couple of the knights, announcing that she too was hired by the Baron. Not really understanding what a knight was per se.
They sort of like, as they're sort of finishing up one of their spars, hearing you sort of approaching and talk, some of the other ones sort of standing off to the side, sort of resting hands on the pommels of their blades, sort of more relaxed positions. All of them, like the ones on the sides, all have their helmets off. And you can see that the two that were fighting, they sort of turn, one of them flipping up their visor and sort of looking at you very pointedly for a
large
moment.
bird woman.
Yeah,
Kinda
sort
just
of
claw stepping through.
eyeing you up and down for a moment, and looks to the other ones, and they sort of give a small shrug to each other. They're sort of like a little bit at a loss. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check. See if you can't join some of the fighting.
Alright. I would like to join you in this. She flicks together, snaps together her clawed hand in your tussling, your fighting.
It's just sparring, lass.
Aye, it is da. And she puts her hands together.
Let's see that persuasion roll.
She's gonna kill us.
they sort of their attention sort of falls to your weapon. They would give you like a mundane halberd.
She would offer to do it unarmed if they wanted.
I don't think any of them do unarmed. Let me.
I don't think that's what she's
Or
offering.
a mundane halberd will be fine.
The one night I accept.
Rending talent. Know your enemy.
He just opens his arms wide. With her right over.
Let me check. Let's see if any of them are unarmed fighters or are proficient with unarmed fighting.
Gentlemen, I die.
They are not.
With no regrets.
You sort of throw out the prospect of unarmed fighting, and they're like a brawl.
Not like brawl. Like we were intended. Never mind. Come. Do you have a weapon I might use?
They'd one of the sort of larger knights would hand over a halberd your size, and they would sort of show a place where you can rest your magical halberd, keeping it within view. That way you can always sort of keep your eyes on it and spar with the knights.
Hell yeah.
Fantastic.
Sister, I hit one too hard and now he is dead.
I should never kill one.
I drank and then I went to the spike pit.
Why don't you roll me? I'm gonna say there's 4 knights. You're gonna roll me 4 strength checks.
Ooh.
We're gonna see how many bouts you win.
I just click the word strength, or is that?
You should click the +5 there. Again. Okay, again.
I killed that one.
All right.
There it
you
is.
Are an enemy of the
There it
spirit.
is.
I'm just kidding.
And
I told
in
you.
the morning.
No,
Sister.
Okay.
Not the
it's
game.
It's the older knight here who is the one who bests you first. But you would best the other 3 knights in combat. And that'll be a good chunk of the day, is sort of throwing hands with the Baron's knights.
A wrestling and a fighting.
Awesome.
All right.
I think she'd have probably a good amount of fun, and there would be some like playful goading and just like an overall jovial disposition from her, even while fighting, even in losing. She would kind of like run her like clawed hand across her jaw to the older knight.
You are quite strong. I think that one hurt.
You can see that unlike the others who sort of have some level of like cockiness or arrogance to them being landed knights, it's the older knight who still has that like stoicism, never take your eyes off the enemy type deal. So as you fight, it's very much like even sparring is always a serious affair. And it isn't until the swords and weapons are put away that he finally like cracks a smile. You fight well.
Fighting is like speaking for me. A language I learned a long time ago.
There's a nod, this very approving nod as he nods his head back. All right, Ethan, your turn. Then one of the younger knights steps up cocksure of himself. Natural 20 beat his ass.
Yeah, I just like, oh, perfect. We love young. And like she steps back.
Perfect.
Like, sends him across the arena, like through like some hay bales at the side.
Like
Ooh,
he bounces off the ground.
I am
skidding.
so sorry. Getting used to the weapon. She like shrugs.
Perfect. All right, spending your time there with the knights outside the tourney grounds.
How's the grass taste, little
I think
man?
she'd enjoy that a lot more than like staying inside stone walls and such. Just enjoying her time with the fighters, trying to garner stories or what, when the guys are together and they talk about the
What's
different
better
things
than
they'd be
this?
seeing.
Guys
Exactly.
being dudes.
They're talking about the Roman Empire together.
Her being
my
a
God.
warrior, a warrior, she would search for those stories.
Yeah. It would be, they'd have stories aplenty, being Knights of the Baron. Tales of fighting roving bands of Morlings, sort of bandits and, other various monstrosities that have threatened the local land. The older knight sort of earned his stripes and everything like that, is one of the more accomplished of them. He is one who has felled a chimera.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think Hygiel would be all over that, like a chimera, like leaning in,
And that's how he
really give into that story.
And that's how he became a knight here. He was basically a hedge knight, and proved himself in combat against a chimera, who was attacking a number of traveling caravans heading into Sunfall, and the Baron recognized that bravery and courage, and basically knighted him for saving a bunch of the Sunfall citizenry.
Yeah, she would. I think she, for the lack of having like everything she needed, I think she would pluck one of like the like beaded gold bones from like her neck piece, and begin wrapping it with this like really like a part of some of her bandages or whatever, but some of the better ones, and tie it with a blue feather, and she would hand it to him. "'Tis a great story. From where I am from, we reward those who have done such things. A warrior. I do not have the official tokens of such, but seeing as you are still here to live your life, you deserve one."
Well, that's a very kind trinket of you, and I'll honor it. Name's Marcus, by the way.
I am Hydiel, a warrior of the Grave Seers, yet titles are for me.
She kind of laughs.
Well, as long as we're not in front of the Baron, you don't have to call me sir.
Sir. She like says a couple times to practice it, and kind of like chuckling on him a bit.
All right. Is there anything else?
I think she'd enjoy her time there, at least for her.
Okay. I heard Pim. However, what are you
Yeah.
trying to do?
Oh, well, I mean, after the fancy dressmaking, just generally, like, I have a couple questions first.
Okay.
So, when do the spell slots come back? Do they come back at the end of the week?
Yes, at the end of the long rest.
Now, if you expend whatever spell slots you have during the week, do they still come back at the end?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like your spell slots will come back when you finish the long rest. So if you spend your spell slots now, you'll get them back.
Okay. And I wanted to, because we're in town, preparing spells, I wanted to change one out that might be more useful while Pim's in town. Is that possible to do now that we're in a safe place?
Ooh. Can you only change your spells during a long rest?
Yep.
I think you need to finish your long rest to change your spells.
Well, then I'm not going to do that because then it's, if we're going out into the wilderness, ceremony is not going to be useful.
Understood. I mean, ceremony could be useful. Smile.
I'm not switching out spiritual weapon for ceremony.
I mean, it could be useful. All right.
But,
any other questions?
No, those are the only two questions. So knowing that my spell slots will come back after the week, I would probably like to spend a couple during that time. During the week, Pim would kind of like make their presence known, kind of be at the bazaar, the taverns, stuff like that. Again, satyr, revelry, having a good time.
I feel like she'd hang out with Gale.
Oh yeah, she'd probably meet him and be like,
Wow, you look sick. But you're not. That's weird.
and then they just hang out and vibe and like jam sesh.
I'll have you know, I feel quite well. He's like, he's dancing around and shit.
She just like sits him on her lap, like, hello. You are small and sick, I must protect.
Small
He's
and sick, no.
But I wanna do like any good fae. And potentially make some deals. I got 3 spell slots and people could use help.
What are you?
I've got some lesser restorations, and the sanitarium is kind of expensive. So I mean, there's some people willing to make smaller kinds of deals. Pim is absolutely willing to accept them. The shadiest health coverage.
Oh boy.
I mean, when you got a big money. How much are those potions? Yeah,
What
that's
are
how much.
you asking for these cures?
It depends on the patient and what they have to offer.
We're gonna be here a while. I would like a general idea.
So Pim will, kind of as a last resort, take some
Crystal.
coin. So coin is absolutely like acceptable, but like not what she's going for. But she'll make some like very minor deals, like if someone has a nice hair color that she likes, maybe temporarily take that.
Give me
One thing.
your 3 quirkiest things you're looking for, and we'll make some rolls.
Yes.
Okay. Quirkiest things.
Quirkiest things. There's a lot of people in town, so we'll see if people are people match up to that fold.
She
Your
would
first one.
like. No. Again,
Wrong court.
yeah, wrong court. She will. And again, I imagine her bargains are not as powerful, so maybe it's like a year and a day at most. But a beautiful singing voice or melodious laughter.
Oh boy. Okay.
Getting ephemeral.
Okay. Singing
The
voice.
lightness of someone's steps.
Oh, brother. I hate the fact.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll have audio.
And
Yeah.
someone's shadow.
Someone's shadow. Some real quirky shit. Okay. Yeah.
And she'll cleanse whatever disease they have from them.
Yeah. Going out and peddling your wares, your magic, and asking for just a small thing. How about you roll me? Because I like what you're going for. Why don't you roll me some persuasion rolls?
Oh
I'll
boy.
ask for 3 persuasion rolls. I'll say for the singing voice, I'm gonna say a DC 13. For the lightness of someone's steps, I'm gonna say DC 10. And for someone's shadow, I'm gonna say a DC 15.
Okay. Okay.
What the hell?
Nope. God damn. Actually, I will spend my inspiration.
Okay. Which one are you spending it on?
Well, let me roll my third.
Okay.
Oh.
Oof.
Turns
We'll
out-
spend it on the lightness of steps.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that one with advantage. 12 success. So some of the people who would possess those qualities are a little worried, a little sketched
Rightfully
out,
so.
at the prospect of giving up something that's not coin or even like a favor, but something of theirs. But one person, a rather mundane dressed individual, sort of cloaked as they are, who does possess a very light step, would make a deal, as they are also affected by a particular rot. You can see that there's that desperation, this almost leprosy that has taken them. And with your lesser restoration, they are willing to give up, I would say, how about you roll me 2d12? You have the lightness of somebody's steps for 13 days. Does that seem fair?
Yeah, we'll take that. Other people have to pay in coin, however.
Understood. Okay.
That's so. One of these days, you're gonna ask for some shadow, and they're like, "Sure," and they cast shadow, and it starts draining your strength.
Okay. How much would you be asking?
Well, what was the going rate for like in the chapel? Let me check the services.
Prices and services. Cathedral of Bahamut.
Since Pim is more or less sort of trying to get people to come to them, as of right now, she'll do it for half price. 40 silver or not 40, 20 silver pieces.
Okay. People would
She'll
take
be-
that deal. The two who didn't give up some part of their being, they would pay. You would get 40 silver pieces.
Again, she's working on getting her name out.
Indeed, and it's certainly helping. All right, go ahead and add 40 silver pieces to your total. And you are noticeably lighter in your step. I'll say, for 13 days, you have proficiency in stealth.
Nice.
So on the 25th of Rain's Wrath, your stealth goes away.
Okie dokie.
Fantastic.
I like this. Thank you, DM.
All right. Here we are gonna take a 30-minute break, and when we come back, we're gonna
Oh,
talk.
I just got cookies.
Well,
I want to
enjoy
know
the
my
cookies.
life's purpose.
We're gonna come back in 30 minutes, and we are going to talk.
Saren looks down. Your purpose is to provide comedic relief. Oh my god.
Wow.
Pass the salt. What is my purpose?
You pass salt.
Oh my god.
What is my purpose? You hold dead things. That's what you do.
You're a container.
You're hot. Do that.
Why are you asking me? This is pretty obvious. Lid go on, thing go inside.
I have doggies. Hello, doggies.
Oh my god.
I have a rat and I have a big Hi. Oh my goodness. Lily, don't you start a fight with him. Don't fight your brother.
Kill
He's
you.
a tiny boy that will fuck you up, girl. Hi.
But she's got spirit. I was telling the DM last night, I want Rolf to be my Pact of the Chain Warlock familiar. I want a little goblin as my familiar instead of an imp or a quasit or a pseudo dragon.
Oh my god.
All of which are infinitely more useful. I just want Rolf because he's just so committed. But look at him go! Look at him go! Look at him do his little dance.
Ow.
If we can figure out how to throw him into the Feywild so he's he's immortal, we can use him as a familiar. We can just resummon him over and over.
Oh my god. We're gonna make a call. I'll be right back.
Who the fuck changed the status of the fucking room?
It was me! Not me!
But yeah, I just imagine somewhere Pim just like put up a little sign, the doctor is in.
The doctor, the Peanuts, he's like willing to give advice, 5 cents.
They call me Dr. Fey.
They call me Dr. Fey.
I'll take the
Why?
pain away.
Ooh.
Finger guns them as their shadow disappears.
There you go.
Oh my god, I think I understand it now.
Oh my fucking god! It's
I've-
she's
I
like
just
setting
realized-
up. She set up like a lemonade stand. It's a lesser restoration.
Yeah.
It says Doctor Docketer.
It's not even spelled correctly.
Doctor.
Dr. Pim.
I can fix
I-
it.
I'm not convinced you're a doctor. Pulls up a little name tag. Just it has an attachment to Pim. Piminskovich. I'm a real doctor.
Oh my god!
You
what
believe
would that
me,
be?
right?
Pimoski.
So hear me out. Hear me out. This is theory crafting for Pim.
Oh god.
Why is Pim so caked up? She took someone's booty in a deal.
Damn. The thickness
It's like all-
of thine weight.
Exactly. That's why Pim's so caked up.
I can fit so many Fey bargains in here. Slaps.
Oh my
I
god!
got so many Fey bargains in here.
I will heal you to the width of thine glutes.
Oh, I can help you with that. For the thickness of thine ass. Hand it over.
Hand it over. Give me.
I just need to get more better persuasion rolls.
Yeah.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Join my mercenary company. We'll give you a set of armor that gives you a +2 to charisma checks in the.
Oh wow! Takes the armor, wanders off.
Wow.
Wait.
Oh, that's really nice.
Do I have? Do I have to wear the pants? I don't suppose you have to.
Woo! But hey, 40 silver is 40 silver.
Oh, 40 silver is 40 silver. I ain't gonna say no to that.
That's just how Fae get more powerful, the more bargains you make.
Making bargains.
There you go.
I'm sorry, I keep thinking about the card. Fucking. I can't believe you got sick.
Disease you when you're better.
Disease you when you're better. God. So good. I just love how DM script too is like in the further away section of the sanitarium, away from all the screaming and yelling. Excuse me. I'm not a medical professional, but 40 silver is 40 silver.
Sure. Appendectomy? No problem. Pim is absolutely Ken. Just let me do one appendectomy.
Burp.
Damn jets keep flying over my house. It's scaring the dogs. I can't do this. I don't live next to an airport. Zebus, if I were to do that, I don't think you understand. I would go to jail. I'm not winning that court case against the U.S. Air Force, okay, Zebus? It's not happening. I wouldn't even get a chance. They'd probably get me first.
Amber.
Hi, Beck.
Thank you.
No, Beck is at the inn. Beck ain't here. He's drinking.
Oh, no, I said back, not Beck.
Yeah, Beck's drinking. He's at the inn.
No, I said back.
Yeah.
Not Beck.
Oh. Cultural difference.
That doctor is in.
That doctor with them big old eyes. Is it?
Stop staring at me with them big old eyes.
Them
Fear.
big old eyes.
God, I'm not sure where this weird.
Oh, you
I
made a
also
sandwich?
got a sandwich.
What kind of sandwiches? Give me the details.
Ham, Lebanon bologna, and salami with mustard.
Okay.
I've got just bread.
Yep.
Some sharp cheddar, some turkey, sriracha, mayo, and salt and pepper.
Oh man, you had me at sriracha.
Dear Bruna, sucks where you're at. Get well soon.
Thanks.
To DM plus players, what do you enjoy most about RPing? Between dialogues, narrating scenes, and character looks, backstory, behavioral behavior fights, or having experience on different classes, which you prefer? Describe magic or physical skills and why. I like dialogue. I like being able to talk to the party as various NPCs and as these people that I tried to portray as real people. I like describing sort of physical combat. I haven't really flexed my my description all too much about magic, but I would like to change that. And favorite part of RPing is getting to do it with my friends.
Yeah!
Yeah, role playing with friends.
We're like a floor with my friends, in character, not feel bad about it. Let's go!
Exactly.
Just a little bit of homie kisses.
Yeah, like.
True.
I homie kiss Bruna. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hey, walks up,
Oh my
pats
God.
Bruno's ass or Heidel's ass. Hey, good work out
That's
there.
your own ass, just.
Pats mine and yours. Hey, good work out there.
There's
I saw
4
what you did to
leeches on
those knights
Bruna's
in
back
training.
and then Heidel.
Heidel. She likes to leave bite marks.
I like playing a character that extends my, like, what I'm used to experiencing IRL and trying new things and being having cool magic stuff and seeing all the weird shit that people come up with. And playing a character, so everything. I like role playing because it's role playing. Smile.
Yeah, I agree. It's
Why do
fun to
people
role
like
play.
acting? You know, it's just kind of like humans like playing pretend.
Yeah, it's fun to play
Escapism.
pretend.
Escapism. That's right. I seek to escape the cold, hard, monotonous life that I currently reside in. Play a character that doesn't have bags under their eyes and an addiction to caffeine.
Bruh. On the weekday, I'm your average retail worker, but on the weekends, I'm a giant knight, half giant woman who fucking crushes things. All right.
I like playing characters who are at conflict with their own nature. I also like things that are very physically driven. I like physicalities in general. I like to let the body take control, so to speak. I enjoy describing physical combat as much as possible. And I like moments of great duress, desperation, and panic. And the extremes in general. I enjoy all of that as well.
I like storytelling and creating a narrative.
Yeah.
It's fun. I enjoy it.
I like storytelling. I like, the mechanics of the game, just playing and having fun. And, definitely like roleplay, lore, figuring out, world lore, helping build some in other areas. That kind of collaborative storytelling. And then I also like improv. Gestures behind.
God, I love improv.
God, I
all
love
improv,
it.
really.
It's like, DM, will you let me do this thing? I have an idea.
I like, I don't know, I like being able to experience things through roleplay that I'll never be able to in like, my lifetime.
One thing I like to do is definitely like, I guess in a way with the characters I make for it, kind of express my own interest, if you get what I mean. Like perhaps like putting a bit of an interest in your character and using that to kind of express it in another way, through role play and stuff like that.
Which do you prefer, describing magic or physical skills, and why? I like trying to be descriptive. I do my best, Mile. Thumbs up.
See, I don't find myself as articulate as the others around here, but if I had to pick one, probably physical skills.
I like roleplay because it helps me deal with my problems I'm too afraid to deal with in real life. And then I work through them in roleplay.
Hell yeah, let's go. Therapy, who needs it? Let's just roleplay instead.
They're not real, quote, quote. They're just quirks I wrote for my character. They're very real.
Oh.
What would your character's fast food order be?
I guess it depends where you're going.
Yeah, it depends. I guess I feel like it depends. Okay, to add on to the question, where would they go and what would their order be?
Okay, yeah, that's an addendum.
Oh my god, fried potatoes. In any way.
For whomst?
Avael would.
Avael just wants a huge plate of like potato skins or something like that.
She was fed the healthiest, most unpleasant to eat stuff, you know? She's never had junk food. If she found out about the joys of fried potatoes,
it's
you
all
wouldn't see
over
her for a while.
Tira's being basically the United States. Probably has some fat fucking French fries.
Steak fries, steak fries, steak
Get
fries.
your burgers,
steak
get your steak fries.
fries. Steak fries.
Here's a big old fucking bowl of mac
What are you
and
talking
cheese.
about? America? What?
Steak fries, steak fries.
What place gives you Caesar salads? Those
Goes to the Wendy's. You get anything you want. I'll get the salad on the side.
Puts like 3 different sauces on it. They're all pretentious sounding.
What brew would I get?
Peanut, get the fuck down. I just fed you. You just had some ham.
Bruno would. I'm trying to think. Like, if she were to get, she'd probably get like the bougie of the fast food restaurants.
Oh,
as bougie
God.
as you can get with fast food. She enjoys the finer things in life. So, like, probably Five Guys, where you have to pay an arm and a leg for a burger.
Honey would eat a brick.
A brick.
Yeah.
Like a brick of cheese.
No, just a brick.
A brick of chocolate.
No, just a brick.
Ah, fast food, fast food.
What do you want? If you start growling at me, I swear to God.
I think it really depends, like, what time of the day for Pim. If it's, like, during the day, she's probably going to go to, like, one of those, like, either, like, one of those places that does, like, like Pokeworks, or, or one of, like, those, like, fast food salad bars.
Fast food salad bar.
Yeah, there's a couple of those, at least where I live. But then, like, after, like, a night of partying, she's stopping by a Waffle House.
Yo, Waffle House, let's go.
Her ass is in a Waffle House getting just the the bowl of like hash browns, eggs, bacon. You can still tell that there's slices of American cheese that were just melted on top, and a coffee with way too much sugar and milk in it.
Also, don't forget to go to Wendy's tomorrow, everybody, because it's National Cheeseburger Day. There's like with every meal you can get like a 1 cent additional like junior cheeseburger.
Whoa.
I know what I'm doing tomorrow. Borgor.
A bunch of other restaurants also have similar deals, but I know Wendy's is like the cheapest. It's like literally a cent.
Marked on the burgers they didn't sell the day before.
I know that I have ham. You cannot have it. Stop grunting at me. He's like
Give it
jumping
here,
up
mother.
and he's putting his paws on my chair and just making grunting sounds because he wants ham.
Mumser.
And
Give
that
me.
has ham.
I
Gib.
do grunt when I want ham.
Ham.
Did you say I grunt too and I want ham?
Yes.
Ham. Give me the ham
Why
now.
is your face so wet? Why are you crying so much?
Oh my god.
Oh my
You
god,
gotta
little
wipe
baby.
his eyes.
Little baby. Little
This is
baby
Yorkie,
crying.
So he has leaky eyes. Come here. You
Little
got moist
baby.
eyes.
Little baby, he crying.
God, Bud, this paper towel is soaked from your eyes. Oh my god. You nasty. I'm surprised my mic didn't pick that one up. He just went, oh.
Oh. Oh.
Ham, mother.
Borderline what he did do. Mm.
The children desire the ham.
I already had some ham. You don't get any more. Then I have to give some to your sister, who's also sitting right next to me.
Ham.
No.
Please. Give.
No ham.
Give the ham.
No ham for the babies.
Yes, Ricky, they made it back. Fenra visited Snapjaw's body.
Oh, now you're grunting because you can't get in your chair? You can jump! I know you can jump!
Oh my god, Genji does that.
They want to sit in like a chair and they don't think they can
Anything.
make it. Yeah.
Anything he like goes near, he's like, "Ugh, I can't get up. Someone give me attention and help."
It's just like, and then they look at you.
They really did do that. Like, I'd be there sitting on the, and he'd be like, "Help me, long hair, help me get on the couch." And I'm like, "Okay, buddy, come on, we'll get you on the chair."
It's just love
my
how it's
leg.
done. It's the fucking, it's the, and then they just stare at you.
My Genji goes and just like makes these super airy noises, and I'm like, dude, get on the bed! And then he stops and he makes it. He's like, she noticed me? Okay, I can get up now.
That's how my dog does when I sit on a recliner. He'll be like, I get up, I come up, and I'm like, "You're too big, you'll crush me." I come up, and then she's just like, "Help me up, please." I'm like, "Fine, you can sit on my lap." And she's like, "Cool. Now, I'm gonna be inconvenient and stretch out over the entirety of the couch now." And I'm like, "Please stop. Don't do this. You're
No.
huge."
I don't think I will.
I don't think I will. Now, speaking of dogs, it's been suspiciously quiet. I'll be right back. I'm back. They're fine. They're just chilling out.
They're actually being good.
They're being good doggies. Chilling out in the living room watching Netflix by themselves for some reason.
The Netflix is just playing and they're just there.
Yeah, it is. It's just playing. They're watching some show called The Outer Banks. And I'm like, you two enjoy this? Have fun, I guess.
Trash TV.
Trash TV.
Oh, okay, is everybody back?
I
am
am.
here.
But I'm not.
Physically, I am here. Mentally, I'm in my bed.
But I'm not Beck.
I'm
What the
also
fuck?
not Beck.
Back
Yeah.
and call.
None of you are Beck. Beck is Beck.
Don't make me come in there. You're very close.
Okay.
You're just looking for excuses to barge into this room.
Avail?
Yeah, don't give me one.
Yeah.
Perfect. Fenra?
Well, yeah, boss.
Perfect.
I never left. I have no life.
Okay, we got some housekeeping to do.
Uh-oh. Peas on the map.
Allow me to set the scene. As we take a look somewhere else.
Oh. That doesn't sound like turning ground music.
As you all enjoy your time here within the barony, as your week comes to an end, you find yourself relaxed, comforted by companions, by friends, by allies. Deep within the Goldwood, the affected weald continues to spiral out of control. Its infestation, its rot, spreads through the ground, through the trees, affecting not only the wildlife, but nature itself. At the very heart, a number of husks, the various work groups that were here, have completed their job. Having arrived now at the host, a massive crater, the impact site. A number of husks are currently operating broken machinery, using whatever is left of it to funnel crystals into the large gaping hole in the ground, each crystal splashing into the liquid one after another. Finally, the liquid begins to react. It begins to bubble. Loud hissing sounds begin to emerge from it. Rising out is a strange clawed hand. The skull of an elk. Its jaw dislocated and broken. A massive jutting crystal emerged from its mouth, pointed outwards. Its body, a strange morphing of husk-like material, but a blend of flesh and beast. You would see hide that crawls across its skin, yet bare portions of flesh and open tissue, revealing numerous organs inside. Its entrails hanging out, barely able to contain itself. Crystal spines have protruded and pierced through the back, lining from its neck all the way down to the small of its back and its legs. Its head rears back. This strange guttural noise that it makes, its strange clicking sound. Its jaw opens unnaturally wide, and the teal color emerges from it. Its chest burns with that bright blue color. The thing from beyond the stars is awake and has been made whole. As it rises from its resting place, liquid falling off of its body, splashing into the pools beneath it, it drags its crystalline arm across the ground. It stares at the husk workers, and as the crystals along its back shift unnaturally, almost as if they are their own entity, the husk workers stop moving. Their entire bodies fall limp. The color within them begins to fade, and eventually they crumble to dust. Their job completed, they are returned to the host, to the sleeper. And as the thing rises from its pit, it begins to stalk and haunt the land. Vanishing in strange, ephemeral light, it begins to leave its birthing grounds. The thing from beyond the stars has not only joined the random encounter table, but it can potentially be in any dungeon you go to from now on. It will appear at random and disappear at random.
He's so cute.
He's not cute. He's not. No.
Can he be a patron?
The
I'm just
art
wondering.
for the party.
Holy shit.
Ooh, so cute.
No. Jesus Christ.
What an upstanding individual.
Okay, party. So, we have some things we need to do. The mission into the dungeon was complete. You brought back Urhan Pyrethorn. However, the dungeon itself was not complete, which means the thing from beyond the stars has joined the fray, an ally to Zornox the Unblinking Eye. I need to know what the fuck you're doing, party. Because right now, you have no jobs from the Baron. And it seems like many of your companions are going about their own duties. There's nothing keeping you together. So, we're going to go down the line. You're going to tell me what your character's doing. Or You're going to tell me if your character is retiring. Avail.
Shit, like throughout this whole week kind of thing?
Well, we have a general idea of what you'd be doing during the week. But come the end of the week, there's no call for you. No job.
Oh. No job? Baron's not coming with an offer?
Baron doesn't have a job for anybody yet.
Shit. Well, Avail would probably seek out Pim and ask what she's gonna do next.
Okay. Well, we'll hold on to that one then. Bruna, after your week in the sanitarium, you are cleaned. There are no requests and no jobs from the Baron.
No requests from the Baron. I suppose. I suppose, like, to her, knowing that, like, there was still more going on in that dungeon to be let on, she'd stay under the impression that eventually some sort of job will pop up, probably having to do with the stuff that they encountered. So she'd probably be staying for now just to, I guess, scope things out, see if potentially any jobs do pop up for it.
Understood. Casimir.
Well, as you know, DM, Casimir is performing his research with Pyretorn, and I'd say that he'd commit his efforts into helping this particular dwarf into understanding what sort of strain has been let spread through the peninsula. I imagine he'd eventually be made aware of what's coming out from the site itself, and that only make him double his efforts into researching it, understanding it, and eventually, hopefully, somehow helping Pyretorn deal with it.
Understood. Fenra.
Well, it will partly depend on what her sister wants, as they, I doubt, would split. But Fenra's intention is to stay, to both help Erhand and Casimir in their research to what she can, and also to start essentially promoting a cult of Saren within the walls of Sunfall, sort of in preparation for the woes to come. So her having seen the crystalline undead, the spirits trapped in that dungeon, her intent is to stay and basically work with Erhan and Casimir to fix the problem.
Understood. Hi, Joe.
Well, she obviously would not leave her sister, and is keen to get to know the city more, I think. If there are no jobs, she would probably stay behind. And stay with her sister. They are a pair, after all.
Understood. Pim.
Okay. Pim would be pretty much doing what they had been during the week, in that they make themselves known within like the bazaar and lower areas, I guess, average Joe areas, so that they can eventually continue to make some deals. But they would definitely be returning to the barony and kind of more or less checking up with the other companions to see if like hey, what are we doing? Where are we going? And probably listen with eyes glazed over as Casimir begins explaining what they found out. Not really taking anything in, but just more so, are we going? Do we have something that can make us go out and Cleanse the forest? No? Okay. So yeah, they're kind of more or less waiting on standby until they have a direction, frankly.
Aviel with that answer. What now?
Well,
Sorry.
she'd kick it with Pim if Pim would have her.
Absolutely, best friend. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yep.
Understood. Taken.
Tegan partially knows where these crystals are from and that they're no good, spicy bad, so he'd go to Urhan and try to help out in any way that he could, slash be ready to go on assault with anyone to go deal with that.
Okay. Well, two propositions then. One, the party, as it is, stays together, and eventually will go assault the Weald again. The dungeon will change, and the dungeon will be bigger. Who knows what lies within as of time passes? Or we go through the second door. A proposition to all of you. New beginnings. Proper beginnings. I propose either the party stays together, sticks through, and completes whatever dungeons they're going to go do, or we do this right. I'm proposing a mercenary band.
Like a new start.
A new start. You all would be a part of the same mercenary band. You all would know each other. You all will have worked together for quite some time. This mercenary band can be established, as I already have some established mercenary bands that you can be a part of, or you can make your own as a group.
So that would be retiring these characters?
Yes.
What would happen to the storyline? Would it be retconned or
No,
it transpired?
it transpired.
Okay.
It is currently being investigated by Urhan and a band of adventurers, those who wish to stick around and risk their neck to go into the Weald once more.
And where would this band begin?
This band, mercenary bands, would have a hot start. So, my proposition is a more formulated and established group. Each individual member has a designated role within the mercenary company. You have captain, lieutenant, quartermaster, pathfinder, surgeon, archivist, minstrel, and let me pull it up. Nope, that's it. Those 7 roles. Or potentially another role if somebody can come up with something other than the 7 that I've made. Each role has a sort of a set function within this mercenary group. You are in charge of various other abilities and unique mechanics. For example, the Pathfinder would be the individual finding your path, your way to and from dungeons or various contracts. Allow me to read you the premise. Give me one moment. Your mercenary company, a mercenary company of great renown, which has seen many ups and downs across the age. In recent time, however, ruin has come to your company. Your leaders have fallen to the terrible powers of the Abyss, destroyed by Zoranox, the Unblinking Eye. You are its lone survivors, gifted with the codex of your company and whatever artifact your company possessed as part of its namesake, kept by you for safekeeping as you flee with your lives to the nearby barony of Sunfall. With the news of your captain's passing, many of your old contacts have cut ties with you, worried at the prospect of new upstarts not living up to the legend. You must earn the respect and coin necessary to rebuild your company. Will you thrive in the harsh worlds, or will you fall?
Interesting.
So it's a kind of sandboxy, less good aligned start with a clean slate.
Indeed. Less the world on your shoulders as you are expected to be paragons of good and heroism. Instead, you can actually ask, how much am I getting paid for this job? I have 2 pre-made mercenary companies, or you can make your own. We have, let me pull them up so I can show them to you. We have the Hounds of Ibis. Heed the hunting horn, the hounds are near. That is what your mercenary company banner would be. Or Raven Guard. See how far you go on the wings of a raven. Or you're welcome to make your own, with your own heraldry and your own quote. But that'll be made by you, not me.
Oh shit, the Raven Guard heraldry fucks.
It fucks a lot, actually.
It really does fuck.
The way it would work is each person would pick a role, you would write up your character, and you would write up the person you're replacing. For example, the person who would be playing the captain, who would be taking your contracts, making your various contacts, and speaking with people. You would need to write up not only your new captain, but the captain you're replacing. The one who died against Zoranox. If you're playing the quartermaster, very much the same. You would write up your quartermaster and the quartermaster you're replacing, and how they knew or worked with one another. You guys will be starting as auxiliary soldiers. You don't have any titles, any ranks, or anything like that. You are the rank and file, the fodder, so to speak. Retainers who have been elevated to players.
And you said it'd be a hot start?
A hot start. We'd be beginning in combat with the fall of your mercenary crew.
So, as in, the company's finest just got fucked, and it's us. The camera pans to us.
You get to see your company's finest get fucked.
Nice.
And you need to escape the dungeon.
Oh my god.
I like that.
Could I ask a potential like lift the curtain question?
Yeah, absolutely.
What inspired this potential change?
I'll be honest. Working on a dungeon for like 2 months, and then the dungeon not getting completed, does sort of make me sort of take a step back. So I figured maybe something a little easier, something a little less dire would get that adventurer blood running again. And maybe with some other changes, with the introduction of new elixirs, like arcane cultivation elixirs, which can restore spell slots, a new band might be a little bit more adventurous. But adventurous and fiscally motivated.
Okay, okay.
So basically, if we're too chicken shit to go back into the grove.
Yes, because the grove will be harder. Not only is it the 6 maps that are already there, the Weald expands. So it's more maps on top of that. It is effectively a mega dungeon now.
And we still only get stuff back after a week.
There are ways to circumnavigate that now in the form of elixirs. And we'd be doing an interesting take on experience, where I would be awarding experience not for like hard experience amounts, because the experience calculators suck, but completing tasks, doing jobs, killing monsters, all of these things reward EXP, which will get you closer to leveling. So that way you sort of have a timeline. So that way you know when you're going to level compared to what we've been using, which is Milestone, and it's completely fucking random.
Well, what would the potential, sorry. Let me rephrase that. Let me reboot my brain. What level would the new guys be if we decided to go that route?
I think you know the answer to that.
I don't think I do.
You were retainers who now become players. You're level 1.
Oh, Jesus.
I like that. Don't imagine it'll be for long. If anything, it'll be more formative.
That's a big fucking decision.
It is.
Yeah, it's a pretty big decision.
Well, feel free to talk amongst each other.
For full transparency from my end, after this session, I think I have 4 more sessions that I can like wholly commit to before it starts being a lot of family stuff on the weekends. So if we're switching to the new mercenary band, I will probably take my leave after today then. But if we do the other option and go into the mega dungeon, I will fully throw myself at this thing for 4 weeks. Hardcore before having to probably say goodbye, because then it'll be like, you know, I'm away for 2 or 3 weeks in a row and then it's like, oh, I'm back. I was scouting this whole time, Lamau.
Indeed. This is basically an opportunity for either Avael to stick around and potentially like die in the dungeon,
Or
or
retire with
retire.
Pim. If you want to retire together, we'll
We'll
be
run
best
away
friends
together.
forever.
Why don't you come to your new home in the Feywild?
Smile.
Oh fuck.
Oh, that sounds great. I
Best
don't
friend.
have a home right now.
What
She
could go
absolutely
wrong
would.
there?
So we'd only have you for 4 more sessions, Naomi?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Potentially there's a potential for like 4 sessions, skip one, and then do like a final one. But I know that I'm gonna be on babysitting duty on October 21st and 22nd, so I won't be able to play then. So I might be able to get like, skip a session and then get maybe 1, maybe 2 in after that, but then it's like a lot of family visiting and stuff around the holidays. So if you guys absolutely want to do the mercenary band level 1s, that's totally fine. I just won't be joining for that, but no hard feelings whatsoever.
Family comes first.
That's a rule 1.
No. We're family.
No.
We're family. What about us? I could have a baby if you want to watch it.
That's a lie.
That is a lie. I can't bear children.
It's okay, we'll be dog and cat moms together.
Thank you.
Do you guys have any questions?
Yeah. So within the scope of these roles, are there any expectations regarding them besides having to do what the job's name says, like in terms of class and what people have to play?
No. If you wanted to be like, for example, there are the obvious choices for each role: a cleric for a surgeon, the wizard for the archivist, but you don't have to be any of those things. As long as your character sort of fits that role, you can play whatever you want. So if you can make a paladin work for the archivist, you can do it.
So it's up to the player how they make each role work.
Correct.
Thus letting us play still whatever we want.
Not only that, you will get unique abilities based on your role within the company.
So that kind of reminds me of vaguely like Acquisition Incorporated.
You
where
play
there's,
that?
like-
You play that? That's sort of
I have played in an Acquisitions Incorporated themed game, yes.
Oh. Nice.
Where each person has a role within the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you like level up, the more like perks and equipment you can requisition from corporate.
Yeah, so basically you guys will start at the bottom. You guys will build notoriety and renown as you guys complete contracts. So as you guys do contracts for the people of Sunfall, you will build renown, and the more renown you get will access more contracts, where eventually you go from dealing with peasants to suddenly you're dealing with merchants, and then you're dealing with guilds, then you're dealing with nobles, then you're dealing with the baron.
So we're gonna start out killing level 1 rats in the sewer.
Rat
Got
catchers.
it.
That's right. Your company, basically everybody has learned about the death of your captain, and a lot of your contacts have basically been like, yeah, man, we liked your old guy. We don't know who the fuck you are, so no thank you. You basically have to prove to your old contacts that you're worth something.
Yikes.
What would the general character creation look like?
General
Hypothetically.
character creation is going to be somewhat similar to how I've done it before in the past. You're going to get a feat at level 1, although it's going to be from a tailored list. We're going to do rolled character standard array. Everybody's going to roll a stat block. We're going to put it into a list, and I'm going to pick from that list. Whatever I pick, that's everybody's stat block. And if there are none that I like, we're using standard array.
Yikes. Roll well, everyone, if we go with that.
I think it's don't roll too well, actually. That's the vibe that I got.
I want to be able to reward you with ASI for contract completions, so...
Yeah. Leave some room for growth, says the DM.
Indeed. There's also will sort of be like a tailored list of playable races. It would behoove you to be from Tyros, but you don't have to be.
And I imagine that these roles would have to pass along the party, see who wants to play what.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think we would need to see who wants to play up what role, because I imagine captain and lieutenant, whoever plays those roles, they have to be people and characters who are comfortable making decisions.
Yes. It's not only that, you'll need to listen to your captain and lieutenants. They're going to be the ones who are going to basically make sure that you get money and try to keep you alive. But if everybody's basically being like, I'm going to do my own thing, this mercenary company is not going to work.
Interesting. So I think it would have to be a little bit discussed. Like,
Indeed.
Who would want to be that role, and who do you think's going to make good calls? Either in character or out of character, whatever. Probably more in character than anything.
Generally, I'll go down the list. Captain is going to be the one who's going to be taking the contracts for the company, sort of designating what the company is going to be doing. They're going to be interfacing with the people who generally post the contracts. And in terms of like combat, they're more of a leader role. So they're going to be designating people to do things in combat with their abilities. They're going to be allowing people to do stuff not on their turn, things like that. The lieutenant is your man at arms. He is your battlefield commander. He is going to be the one fighting with you on the front lines, relaying the captain's orders. Their focus is going to be a lot of buffing and sort of amplifying everybody's abilities. So pluses to hit, damages, things like that. They're going to be the ones that basically, it's sort of the chain of command. On the battlefield, they're the one that's sort of barking the orders, designating where people go, things like that, sort of relaying everything that the captain wants. And is generally closer to the rest of the band. They're going to be hearing a lot of the complaints before it gets to the captain. Your quartermaster is going to be in charge of your supplies, your camping supplies, which is another thing we'll be introducing. And your general sort of haggler, your person who's going to go around gathering supplies for the camp, distributing equipment, getting your equipment repaired, and sort of maybe making some deals with some of the merchants. Your surgeon can be played any number of ways, but they are generally going to be your doc. They're the one that's going to be able to research things like cures and remedies for diseases and other blights and other things that are affecting you. They're going to be the one that generally is going to be administering potions or other such buffs. A lot of their benefits or abilities will be focused around the sort of more free use or improved version of healing items or other buffing medical items for the party, such as the healers or the triage kit, for example, a sort of better version for a surgeon versus anybody else using it. The Pathfinder is going to be your general sort of guide. They're going to be the one navigating you to and from contract locations. They're going to be the one scouting the areas, making sure that the path you're traveling is fine. They're going to be the one doing potential research or on some of the creatures you might be fighting, or even sort of scouting ahead of the party and coming back and telling the party the path of least resistance. The Archivist is the one in charge of the company codex. This codex has been within your company for years, decades, maybe even centuries, depending on what company you take. This codex is all of the previous adventures and like receipts and everything that your company has done before. It is a wealth of knowledge, a literal fountain, so to speak, that the party can research and look into various monsters or other such activities that they have done before. As well, the Archivist will generally be the one sort of doing the general research on things like magical effects, creature types, etc. The tentative name currently is Minstrel. I don't have a better name for it. But they are the one with their thumb on the pulse of the city. They are the one who is going to sort of get the general vibe. They're going to be the one who could potentially rub shoulders with nobles, getting better deals, or sort of coming back with more jobs for the company to do aside from the main contract. Or maybe they're a more scoundrel type who sort of is buddy with the Thieves Guild and knows the local fences and is able to get maybe some more money on the side for some of the things you guys pilfer while you're out adventuring. They can generally be played any sort of way, but you're more of the socialite. You're going to be the one sort of spreading the word of the company and sort of getting more people interested.
You think you could list it for us in the TOS chat in case we want to talk this out? People can pick out the roles they want or discuss on it.
Or decide if we're gonna go into big ass dungeon.
That's right.
There you are. Any other questions, party?
Interesting.
I really want to put the emphasis forward. You all know each other. You've all worked with each other. You all generally like each other, preferably. I want you to be a band of homies.
With a healthy doses of self-interest.
Yes. You can
What
play
happens
your...
if... What happens if you spend another 2 months making a dungeon for these level 1 adventures, and these level 1 adventures hit a wall, and we decide to retreat, being self-interested level 1 adventurers?
That's completely different for your mercenary company. Your mercenary company is built on renown. Failing to complete a contract will lose you renown.
It also wouldn't be your choice. It'd be the captain's choice.
Well, that's... Okay, fair enough, yeah. What if the captain decides,
If the captain
what happens
decides
if...
to pull the contract and come back to town, then pull the contract, you give the money back, or you intimidate the person to not give the money back, but you do lose renown for not completing the contract.
And renown, how does it work? Do you unlock better missions with more renown? Do you get better contracts, better pay?
Yes. So not only will you get better contracts from your rat catching days, but eventually you'll be doing stuff for like the Royal Artisans Guilds, for the nobles here within Sunfall, maybe even some of the outlying nobles. The better your renown is as a company, the better contracts you'll get, the better pay you'll get, and generally the better stuff you'll get as rewards.
So it's like a concise form of progress.
Indeed.
So it's like party experience in a sense.
That's a great way to look at it.
Will it unlock better things in vendors and things like that?
Well, generally that'll be you guys if you guys are interested, like your thespian, for example, sort of making deals with some of the merchants, or even the quartermaster making deals with the merchants. Not only will you have the contracts, there are also little quests on the side that you guys can do while completing contracts. Helping out merchants or retrieving items from merchants will get you better deals and unlock better items from merchants.
So it's, in a sense, it's between the quartermaster and the thespian to make the deals. It's the intellectuals would probably be the archivist and the doctor. Leadership would be the captain and the lieutenant. And then there's the pathfinder.
Indeed. Maybe the thespian hears rumors that a local merchant's looking for something from the nearby temple, and they're willing to pay a hefty sum for whoever brings it back, but they don't want to put out a contract because they're worried the wrong people may get it. So you guys go out, you get that item, you come back, and the merchant really likes that you guys showed initiative. Not only does he pay you handsomely, but he also sort of makes sure that he stows away some of his best stock for you guys.
So it'd be a game where it's less so about all-encompassing regional choices that save the world, more so like everyday mercenary things and activities.
I'm sure at later levels, eventually you guys will be getting contracts to complete some crazy shit. But to start out, yeah, you'll...
We're mall cops at first.
Indeed. Your contracts are to go kill the giant rats in the bottom of the inn. Or, hey, some local goblins have been doing X, Y, and Z at the nearby temple. Go get rid of them.
And you said that if we pick a role, we need to choose... Rather, we need to make who was that role before they died.
Correct.
It's like your guardian.
Yes.
you create your guardian.
The issue also, well, not an issue, but the caveat being, I have to like the person you're replacing too.
Work with the DM.
If you give me Barfface as the captain, and you're playing some Giga Chad character, I'm gonna tell you no.
Oh, well. Okay, let me scratch that out.
He's like, God damn it, you took my concept.
Face.
I want the NPCs that you're replacing to have been compelling. So, you're making two characters, effectively.
Oh boy. Homework.
It is homework.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Are we going to share these lore, these snippets with everybody else? That way we can sort of give a face and a kind of identity.
Yes, I mean, you're all homies. You're all friends. I mean, you can have your little personal secret, your character little personal secret, because of course we're still going to put an emphasis on player stories. Right? The player wants to pursue something within their character beat and sort of talks to the company about it. So you can have your own little personal stories, but I would rather that the knowledge of your crew, your company as a whole, is widely known by everybody participating.
What about little secrets on those guardians? What if the captain had a little thing that only the new captain would know, or the lieutenant, or the
that's a little
pathfinder?
personal thing for you.
Okay, but it's always small. It can't be too much.
No. I'm an illithid. No. The captain was an illithid. No.
How are you going to keep Illriggers a thing then?
What?
How are you going to keep Illriggers a thing then?
Well, I discussed that last night. I'm not going to have Illriggers.
Oh.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay.
Not until I flesh out the hells, and then we can discuss that.
I guess my thing is, because it sounds like the heart of the issue is that we're retreating too much, and we're essentially wasting content that's made for us. So are you going to be okay with the captain pulling the retreat on upcoming dungeons? Do you think this is actually going to fix the problem?
It would be so with the company in mind, with this idea in mind going forward. Yes, I would be, because there's repercussions for leaving the dungeon. It's you lose notoriety for pulling the contract.
There's also the expectation that you will, because you're playing selfish, self-serving people in general.
So it's a choice to make. Are you going to really push through this shithole that you're being forced to go into? Did the captain make a good choice? Or are you going to pull the contract and come back and beat the shit out of the person who gave you the contract because they didn't give you the right information?
Okay. If you're okay with that, I mean, TOS was built on a bunch of people came together and got paid to do a thing. So it's the only premise for TOS was money, and people were satisfied for doing the job and getting the money. And now we're in this conversation.
Well, there were freelancers who sort of came together at an ideal time. These people are a package deal, I feel.
There's a...
Yeah, we held no agency to each other beyond, you know, hi, we're sisters. Hi, I'm a hot satyr girl from the wilds, you know? Like, we didn't have any, like, we are together and have been together for a long time.
And notice how we didn't really haggle or ask much of the Baron when he gave us the job. In this case, it'd be the captain rolling up and presenting his huge fucking belt buckle and going, how much? And going from there.
Okay. I do agree a mercenary band does present a more organized party where people know what their roles and what they should be sort of building towards as far as what their character should do. So we're not left without a face or a bargaining character in the mercenary band. I just want to make sure, because that doesn't seem to be the heart of the issue. I just want to make sure that the option to retreat isn't a non-option.
No, like I said, it'll very much be planned for this group because it affects the whole group, right? Like
Okay.
with the original TOS crew, when Urhan presented the prospect of getting practically double the amount of money that the Baron was going to offer you for saving him to complete the dungeon, and the party said, no, thank you. Or rather, half said no, thank you. The other half said, maybe. I would rather that okay, Jesus. I would rather that the whole crew be basically the whole crew giving their opinion and one person being like, we're staying or we're pulling the contract.
Instead of facing potentially splitting the party at every decision.
Indeed. Where we had one person who was like, I'm leaving. And the other half was like, well, we want to stay and loot. And they're like, I'm leaving.
So we live or die by the captain's word in this sense.
Indeed.
Okay.
Well, okay. As long as people are okay, because the captain may make a decision that the rest of the party doesn't like.
Correct. That also
agree
is
with.
That is another thing, is that whoever's going to be captain and the people who are not captain, you need to listen to your captain. If your captain makes
or plan a really good mutiny.
There it is. There it is.
I would say that if we're going to mutiny because we don't like what our captain is doing, we should at least let the captain, the poor player who may play it, fail a couple of times so it feels realistic, so we can have the table talk. Hey, listen.
That would be an out of character thing, yeah.
I feel like the captain too would probably like still listen to everybody's opinion, but then it would be a majority rule instead of like you know, the deal of like one person might dip and two people might stay and two people might go somewhere else, right? It's like the captain is choosing the majority vote and then everyone else has to go along with it. I don't think the captain's gonna be like, fuck your opinions, everybody. I'm doing what I want.
Fuck you, everyone else.
It won't depend on the captain. Like, we could have a captain that leans more on the party's opinion. We could have a captain who studies the party's opinion and still comes up with their own decision. You know,
Either
it
way.
depends. Yeah.
Either way, they still need to be comfortable being the decision maker.
And also taking the fall.
Yep.
For failing.
Like you gotta be okay with that if you want that job. I imagine it comes with some cushy benefits, but also, yeah.
At the start, I don't think you'd have many cushy benefits at
So,
all.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to say you're a bunch of auxiliary soldiers who basically got promoted because
Field
your
promoted.
whole crew died. So you're getting into your brand new boots.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying, like, eventually when it comes
Indeed.
through. Yeah.
Level 3, the captain's a little bit more confident in himself or themselves. They've been doing the job for a while now. Maybe they're like, I am hot shit. And then they take a contract and the Dagonoths kill the Pathfinder. And the party goes, hey, Captain.
What the fuck was that? Yeah. So that also begs a question. If someone fucking bites it.
So you'll also have some auxiliary soldiers left over in the company.
There's someone else who just gets the field promotion. Got it.
Indeed. And you can choose to play the same role, or if you want to make a new role that you think would benefit the company, then we can talk about it. But right now, that is the 7.
Intriguing.
I'm willing to go with it. I guess we'll see, because I can very easily see this exact same situation happening where the captain's saying go, and there's one character who, if they go, will fucking die. And it'll be interesting to see how that character reacts to, keep going. And they're on 2 HP.
I love the idea. I'm willing to try it. I can say that. But my one qualm is Naomi. I feel really bad just going, yeah, Naomi was fun. Anyway, we're doing this.
Yeah.
I
do feel bad about that. Because I enjoy playing with her, so...
I will not be upset or offended, but then in that case, I would like a couple of minutes to do like some ending scenes.
By all means.
Of TOS if the rest of y'all want to go with this new party and are like, hell yeah.
And I think
100%.
And
if,
maybe if it's ever granted, sorry, just one more little thing, Momo. Maybe if it's ever granted, I could come in as like an NPC or something every now and again, you know.
The world's a living place. Your characters are always in the world. So if you find that some point later on that your schedules free up and you're like, hey, can I come back as Avael? Yeah, you could come back as Avael and join the company.
Oh shit.
Can we reroll characters that we already have into it?
Yes, but it would depend what character you're going to play.
Okay, so they would
I
have
sort of
to
have a curated
Yeah.
list of races that I'm accepting for this game in particular. So nothing too exotic.
So if they pass those determinations, we can play them.
Indeed.
What
I
were
would
you gonna
say-
Momo?
You said what I was gonna ask. Because I was like, I would like her to be able to come back or pop in every now and then.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love Naomi.
I love you, Momo.
I really love everybody's characters. They're gonna be in your character's mine. It's mine.
He's like, I made this.
it's my Barbie doll now. I'm gonna put it in the world, and the party's gonna see them from time to time as they go and do stuff. They're gonna see
Very
the
good.
sketchy elf rogue hanging out in the bazaar trying to haggle with people for pipe weed. Like,
And very little persuasion.
That's
So
so
hey, gimme this. I'm blonde. Now.
So all of the characters, they're going to be still in the world. And if people want to re-roll a character that they already have to fit within the company, we can do some retcons or some down leveling.
You've let your skills atrophy. Therefore,
The effects of the abyss are wild and untamed corruption. Who knows what happens to you?
I was tempted to bring in Compromise after getting demoted, but no ill riggers, and she wouldn't be part of the band, so. New character.
Yeah, Compromise is definitely somebody I see the party meeting as an NPC with her own
Oh.
band.
I guess we'll have to make this compromise.
God damn it.
Here is my tentative list for races.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Let's see what we got here.
Mouse folk.
Oh.
We got our standard elves, humans, dwarves.
Yep.
Half elves, half
Turmure.
ogres, half giants. Nice. Tieflings and
So
dragonborn.
no werebloods. I see. Okay.
We got orcs and we got goblins.
The reason no werebloods is because with a game like this, the chance of lycanthropy and vampirism are very high on the table.
Oh, you
So
want
you're-
to make them a
Yes,
werewolf?
you're not
Okay.
just a wereblood. Like, you can actually get full-on lycanthropy.
I like that.
Let me tell you, it's interesting.
I wouldn't know.
Interesting in that,
Good.
yes, we cleansed it from the moon cleric. However, the fighter.
What's the Drekir?
Drakir are dragonborn in my setting.
Are there any limitations on classes as well?
General book classes, no ill riggers, no artificers. You can play a beast heart, and generally the other book classes.
Okay.
Sort of keeping it a little bit more grounded.
Yeah, I know arties are out of Tyros in general. Interesting.
I think we should kind of come to a decision about
Yeah.
Captain, because that's going to be there's going to be a lot of trust on that particular role.
Aaron Yar in my setting are the Asamar.
So is pretty much everybody keen on the new party? Band of Mercs?
Let's talk it out.
I think that's kind of our big
This is
decision
your-
first.
This is your perfect opportunity right now to discuss the pros and cons of this.
I suppose, I guess one of the. All right, what's everyone else?
Brother, you're cutting out a lot.
Your nuts
What?
Does anyone want to do the mega dungeon?
I mean, I feel like we
wanna
don't
do
have a
the
choice.
Mega Dungeon.
We are going to do the mega dungeon, but just either as the party that left it or a new party. That's basically it.
We will get there eventually.
That shit's happening, whether we want it or not.
Well, do you want to continue playing the characters you have now? And go into the mega dungeon immediately? Or do you want to make new characters?
As for me, it's this. When it comes to time templates, I don't much like them. Thinking that we only have 4 weeks to finish the mega dungeon fucks with my anxiety a little bit.
Well,
But I'll do it.
It's 4 weeks. I don't necessarily think it's 4 weeks. Like, if we are halfway through it, then I will do my damnedest to come back as much as possible and, like, reschedule things with family to do that
Well,
dungeon.
Mega Dungeon also implies that it's not something you finish in one outing. You finish a quest in the Mega Dungeon, and then you
Right.
go back repeatedly. So 4 weeks to complete a quest
Right.
is how I would
Like,
imagine it. I glanced to the DM.
Maybe Avian will die in a very noble sacrifice at some point. You know, who knows?
Yeah?
Never struck me as the type.
Yeah.
I think she would for Pim. I don't think she would for
Aw.
anybody
I
else
was-
in the party.
I was feeling more like she disappeared into the night.
I feel like she would for Gale, but only because
Gale's
he'd
not with
beg
us
her. He'd beg her.
At this moment.
Please, don't
She-
leave me.
Please do a noble sacrifice for me.
It would depend on how much he rizzed her up beforehand.
Nice.
Oh yeah, what's your Riz at? New stat, Riz.
This whole time making money. I could give you money. So I guess don't feel like there's a time limit on my behalf, because like if we don't find a good stopping point, I will still do my best to like come in and out as I can until it's done, or Avaya will run away in the middle of the night.
I mean, it's up to you. You're the one who's gonna have to do hoops and jumps and leaps to show up.
Yeah, and I'm saying I'm fine with anything. I won't be offended if y'all do the new party. I will be, whatever works is fine.
I will say, Abiel, Naomi, you're a homie. I consider you a homie. You'll always have a spot at the table.
Thank you kindly.
So even if you gotta go be an adult, if like 2 months from now, 2 weeks from now, what have you, you're like, hey, I'm back. My family left. I'm free again. Then let's fucking go.
Yeah, once they put that kid through college, show up.
Right, I appreciate that. Weekends are always difficult for me, and initially I thought this was gonna be a short one-shot couple of sessions, and now we're here it's been since January. And
You're
I'm
funny.
But yeah, weekends are just always like a very, very hit or miss for me.
Yeah, I'd say knowing Crown's games, it might be safer bet to go with the mercenary company.
I mean, Hale brings up a great point. If everybody retires, your characters are alive in the world, thriving. If you go back into the dungeon, people can die. You lose those characters.
Thriving, or if you're Pim, you're fleecing people, so you're super thriving.
I'm fleecing. I am providing a legitimate service.
I would say she is healing people. Like she cured somebody of leprosy. So
basically a hag that's hot.
Oh my god, if you want me to intimidate people into agreeing to your deals, I'll do it.
Doesn't that defeat the whole fate?
A leg breaker in the background.
Holy shit. Yeah,
she's like standing behind you, arms crossed. Like, you better take this fucking deal.
That's huge.
Holy shit.
Pim doesn't realize what's happening. Just thinks Avael is security, making sure that she's safe.
A wonderful metaphor for modern health. You better pay for that. I swear to God, it's for your own good. You will take this medicine, or I'll fucking break your ankles.
You will give her your shadow, asshole.
Oh yeah, it's a deal. It's fucking Ave on the back. It's not a deal. You have to. I'm fine either way. Smile. Because I think, I guess, see, Hale does bring up a good point, but the sort of the fear of character death is kind of why we're in this position in the first place.
That is another thing. I have a little, let me see if I still have the little write-up thingy.
Are y'all so afraid to die, huh?
So, Fires of Sunfall is a sandbox adventure taking place in the barony of Sunfall, encompassing all of its nearby cities and towns. From Northbury to Iredell, the land and its people react to the choices and things you do. Fighting, exploration, and dungeon crawling are all the staples for this game, while other things like politics being a choice to pursue as a party can come about later. The biggest point I'd like to level to you as players is your use of the question of how and can we. How do we get to this new place? How do I find this legendary item? How do we become the greatest mercenary crew? Can we go to Katarina? The heroes of Adis can do anything. All you have to do is figure out how. My style of DMing is preparation when it can be done. I run challenging games with an emphasis on personal story and narratives. There are obstacles and challenges you will overcome, but sometimes there are things that you simply can't. The world is a harsh place, and sometimes, no matter how good you do, no matter how fantastic your plan, sometimes the game is so complex, you can still fail. Failure is just as much a part of my world as winning is. Understand? I'm on your side, and communication is key to success.
Quite the delivery.
Mm.
Also, this is probably something we're going to want to deliberate through the week, I would say.
Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time. If the party chooses to do the mercenary band, I have most of the assets for this already done. I'll need to make a few little starting dungeons, which won't take me very long at all. And we'll be ready to play relatively soon.
So we probably want to choose relatively quick. That way you can start working on what you want to do.
That would be very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, because if we don't choose, it's sort of wasted days that could have been used in production, so to speak. Say.
Very well. Let's go down the list. What a good at Avia.
I think take my opinion out of it because
I probably got it. I cocked the gun.
Avi already said that they don't have an opinion.
Yeah,
They're fine with
because
both.
I'm very fine with both. One is I stay definitely for another month, and then it's very hit or miss, more miss, and I will not be joining the mercenary party.
Naomi, why don't you just abscond from your family and move to Switzerland or something? Like,
well,
God, could you just fucking
Yeah, that brother
choose.
of yours. Tell
You
him
have
to
to
fuck
choose.
off.
I feel like it would be
You
a
have to
lot
choose.
easier for me to be like, hey guys, move it to a different day of the week.
I already said I'd have your babies. What do you want?
Oh my
Hey,
god.
hey.
I don't want babies. I'm sorry.
Peripheral, little furry babies, little animals.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, right.
Sorries,
God,
prayers,
what more can I
sorrows.
offer you?
Tostitos pizza roll.
Mm.
Bye-bye.
So everybody else vote without feeling bad for me,
All right,
please.
I move the gun on Bruder.
I pull out a gun. No, you first.
No, it's
So-
down the line.
So I like the idea of the whole mercenary thing. My only hang up, and it's just me, I do still want to keep playing Bruna. I want to keep playing her, but I will vote towards the mercenary, like starting a whole, starting fresh, because I'm, if that's where the thing goes and everyone wants to do that, I'm not going to be mad about it. As much as I still want to play Bruna, I'm willing to concede towards doing the fresh start with the mercenary thing, if it goes towards that way.
I'm gonna count that as a vote to
Yeah.
continue the mega dungeon.
I want to
Alright.
play mercenaries.
It's not your turn yet. I point the gun at Sirik. I
I
cock it twice.
join the Mexican standoff and I pull out my own gun and I aim it at Bruna.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I pull
There's
out
only
another
one
gun.
gun, guys. I'm the
Oh,
only
role
character.
Players, am I right?
Jesus.
Anyway, I love the mercenary idea. I feel like these two games we've done with TOS number 1 and TOS number 2 have taught us very many lessons, and I think we can put those lessons to work in this third attempt with a better structure and knowing how to go about it and getting what we want. So I like it. Also, remember, you can play Bruna in the mercenary band. He said we can play older characters. I may do so myself.
I don't think Bruna would abandon her mercenary band to join another.
Yeah, it'd have to be a retcon, I think. So maybe this would be her band, basically.
Yeah, like it could be a retcon.
She
but, like,
comes back from the sanitarium. She's like, "Hey guys, what happened?" They all
She comes
died.
back. Oh my god, I'm level 1. Yeah, that's not gonna really work very well.
Yeah,
The leeches
Jesus.
sucked out her levels in XP.
Those fucking leeches real yummy good, bro.
What
I
if I
cannot-
hypothetically dropped a straw poll in here with the two options, and since there's 7 people, if you include the DM, y'all can vote without saying your decision out loud.
But my gun.
Well, your gun also has,
Well, my gun.
your gun has Bruna being like, I could continue, or I could quit.
You're just
It's
saying, oh,
fine.
well, that's why the bullet's in there.
Right. The gun has a vote.
Turn the gun on yourself. What's your
Gun.
vote?
I'm getting there. I point the gun at myself.
Does DM get to weigh in?
I'll weigh in at
Does
the end.
DM have a preference?
I do. I'll weigh in at the end.
The DM's preference is that if he did it, he wouldn't have brought this subject up in the first place.
I wasn't done, but y'all fucking interrupted
All
me.
right,
so
I
go
point the
on.
gun back at you.
No, I lost my train of thought. Point at your sister.
Get a new train.
Yeah,
I
build
got
it.
the money, man.
I point it at my sister. She already gave her opinion.
I'm gonna play the new mercenaries. Not that I am not enjoying what we're doing currently, but
Very well. Hygel votes betrayal.
what?
What the fuck?
My own sister.
How dare you?
Traitor.
Don't you dare.
It's empty.
I swear to God. Okay, I point it at Pim.
With scheduling and story being kind of concerns, I think the mercenary band could be interesting to play. And also not having, earth-shattering events to contend with.
Not till much later.
Not until later, yes, exactly.
I will admit, I'm very bad
At pacing. I'm trying to get better at it. So that's what this whole game's about, is me learning how to do pacing better.
There you go.
Quick aside, because I forgot to point the gun at myself, and I was next. I think that the better campaign will be the one the DM's interested in, and the DM clearly wants to do the mercenary campaign because they want to try again. So I vote the mercenary campaign. I point the gun at Tegan. She's dead. All right, the gun is
Wait,
lost.
Don't do that.
What? What?
I'm interested in both.
I point the gun at the god.
I'm interested in both because I get to play
For-
D&D with my friends.
Tegan's not dead.
Motherfucker, I heard you last night. I heard the glint in your eye.
Yeah, man, because I got to look at the fucking icons I made.
Yeah, I know. You're
was-
clearly inspired, and I want to play
Indeed.
the thing where the inspiration is. Sue me.
I imagine the big bearded god reaching down with his little pinky and pushing the little gun
Hey.
away.
Hey,
Listen, my child. Let the other mortals speak first.
Is the Vami baby throwing up right now?
No, I'm here.
all right. I point the gun at the Vami.
I'm kind of in the same boat as Raji.
Okay, so
In that.
What the fuck?
so your vote to continue the mega dungeon, but you're not against doing the mercenary company.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I see.
You better point the gun at yourself, asshole.
I did.
Yeah, what do you vote?
He voted mercenary.
I voted mercenary, and again, yes, I'm in the same boat as well. I would like to continue to play Fenra. I like the Nightbane duo, the sister thing, the Saren god stuff. However, I am not against playing against a mercenary group. So I guess my thing would be the mega dungeon. However, I'm a sheep.
So we're tied.
You gave me more questions than answers, partner.
I'm good at that.
It's empty.
Swear to God.
Let it die. It's empty. There's nothing there. It's empty.
Jesus Christ.
Well, if I must be tiebreaker.
I don't think you are. But...
Oh, it's a tie right now. Bruna, you, and Tegan are all tied for Mega Dungeon. Casimir, Hyjo, and Pim are all for Mercenary.
Classic.
How is that classic?
Avael abstained.
Because we're always tied for stuff.
If I have to vote, I'm going to vote for the Mercenary Company.
All right.
Because
Settles
I
it then.
feel like I can learn. I've already learned a lot from TOS, and I feel like I can learn a lot more with this group, this new group, especially if everybody knows each other, likes each other, is a part of the same group, all profiting for the same goal.
Has a set structure.
Indeed.
Well, if we're going with mercenaries, I'm very excited to hear what everybody wants to play. Given the options, maybe don't have a choice now, but during the week, if you...
Who's gonna be captain?
Yeah, that's gonna be the big one, huh?
Not it.
There it is.
That's gonna be the big one.
I see.
So
there's another big one on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
I have made you 2 pre-made free companies. Or you can make your own from scratch.
Looks
yeah,
like
but
fancy
you made
blue
a
raven.
Yeah, you made a really dope one called the Raven Guard, asshole.
Yeah.
We're probably gonna take that.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I point the gun at God. Yeah, you idiot.
Dumbass.
You're more than welcome to make your own.
Shut up,
No!
idiot. I'd choose the pre-made.
Dumba.
I want the pre-made.
I want the pre-made.
Yeah, if the Raven Guard has a Raven, can I play the Raven?
Yes.
Sure.
The bird
All right,
that
Kieran.
comes in every now and again.
I co-sign it.
Alright, so I'm making a Warlock of the Raven Queen, and that's by Raven. I point at Aviel.
Nice.
Certainly. So yes, the Raven Guard, you would also be known as Ravens. You have a motto already. Your codex will already be defined for you, and your artifact will also be defined for you by picking a pre-made free company.
Nice.
See how far you go on the wings of a raven.
Alright, so now that we're all here, let's vote on a captain.
Oh, we're voting? This is democracy?
Oh, we're voting? Okay.
Or rather, let's gaslight somebody into picking the shitty captain role.
So
Yeah,
I feel
alright.
like Sierra is the most articulate and probably could really get us going in terms of cat. So I vote for cat. I vote for Sierra.
I think
I
Sizzle should
terribly
be quartermaster.
What? Don't make me in charge of this stuff. Oh, jeez.
I think
I didn't put you in I didn't put you in charge of the stuff. That's the
Quartermaster?
yeah, no, that's the archivist is in
hold on.
charge of the stuff.
I agree with Momo. Let's make Sizzle the quartermaster. Also, Cyrix a moron. You don't want him as your captain. You were saying, Kieran?
Oh, I was just having a lull. At your expense.
Quartermaster is in charge of the stuff. Archivist is the one who does research and has the codex. So they're in charge of one of the artifacts for the company.
Who
I think we would have to decide what we want it to be.
Yeah, who has looked at this list and said, "Oh, I want to definitely be that thing right there."
Me.
Okay, What do you want to be?
It's captain.
I would like
She
to be
wants
the
to be captain.
thespian.
She wants to be the best captain. Got it.
I want to be the thespian. Why
Got
ask me a question if you're gonna talk over me when I answer?
I did it.
No mode captain.
God did. God talked over you. I can't
Jesus
help it.
Christ.
I want to be mouse folk captain.
There it is.
Oh no.
Mouse
Yes.
folk captain.
Oh no.
The meekest
I
captain.
don't like that.
Mouse
Here.
folk aren't meek. They are very brave.
Yeah, the mouse folk would actually make a good captain.
I think we'd
Cool.
actually have to figure out what we wanted to do. Who wants to play what?
Well, that's
Well,
what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean,
Huh?
like at a first glance, because I think Momo's pretty hard-setted thespian. I don't think anyone's
I can
contending
be
that.
anyone. I can be any of them.
Yeah,
Where's
but
the
we should-
Churagun?
It's surgeon.
That's the pretentious surgeon,
It's
yes.
the Chirigan, dude.
The
Yeah,
Chirurgian.
the
Like
Chirurgian.
It's
He's
how,
the
it's how
chiropractor, I
it used to
guess.
be spelled. It's
Like
old.
a-
It's medieval.
DM.
It's Chirigan.
You give massages to the party.
Sorry.
Your doc.
God, that'd be
You can
amazing.
play the doc however you want. You can play the genteel doc, the one who wears
Oh
the
my
vest,
God.
rolled up sleeves, wears the gloves, out there doing sutures. You can be the field medic who rolls out with the triage kit, doing triage on the wounded. You could play the apothecary, the plague doctor who rolls out, who has tinctures and medicine for everything.
Many archetypes and xenotypes for
The
every
shaman
role.
who's like,
Absolutely.
hey, eat this, and
Exactly.
he gives you just straight up mud.
Party, I'm interested in Lieutenant and Pathfinder. Those are the ones that I like. But like I told the DM, if nobody wants to pick Captain, I'll fall on my sword, so to speak.
Okay. If I was any, I was interested in research quartermaster,
You cut out
surgeon or quartermaster,
Churagun.
Chirigan or
Shabobo.
quartermaster.
Shabobo's picked thespian.
I haven't picked anything. I'm here to listen to what you want to play.
But we're going through like the list, so to speak. So let's just say you get Thespian.
Yeah,
For
in
now,
the
yeah.
rough draft, Bobo is the thespian.
Yeah.
Razi, do you have a particular preference between those two?
So the preference, I'd probably want to be the surgeon, just because, like, you know, I've never
Okay.
not a character like that, and you know, being a medic sounds fun. So that would be, I'd be leaning towards surgeon.
Interesting. Okay. Does anyone else have a hard, like a strong preference towards a role? Or are we now in the sort of like, I'll take anything tier?
I will settle for Pathfinder.
Okay. So those are our hard, I really want that preferences. Now we're in like the lukewarm, I'll do anything, but I'd
What about
kind of
you?
like, I'm in the lukewarm, I'll do anything category.
What about Kieran?
Oh, what? I think it's largely going to depend on what class I play. Because I feel like some classes are better suited to certain roles, but that's my opinion.
Indeed.
That's my opinion.
They are.
Like I say,
There are the very obvious hard casts for the various roles, but again, you can play anything because you're going to be getting abilities based on your role, not your class.
yeah. I mean, we already get some class stuff, but
You'll just want to make sure that if you're playing like a paladin archivist, that you're taking your skills are going to be in like religion, history.
that it reflects that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're sort of building for the role.
Yeah. Ugh. That's tough because. So Pim was kind of like my foray into like support class, which was fun. But we do have someone kind of gunning for the surgeon position, which is fine. Because my alternate was potentially going for melee stuff, either like a paladin or a ranger type, or a
I'll let you all
I mean,
discuss. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I don't know if roles are going to be determined so much like fighting style, but mostly what skills you're going
Oh
to
yeah.
be proficient in.
Yeah, you can make anything work, I feel.
Yeah.
Like, you can
Yeah.
be any class for the Archivist, any class for the Pathfinder. Like, even if you have nothing related to being a scout, you can get, like, proficiency in cartography, and you know the maps better than anybody else. So you chart the path, so to speak. Or you can be more hands-on. You go into the wilderness, and you foray by yourself. You trailblaze by yourself. A lot of things can be done with all the roles, I feel. They're all freeform to some degree.
Yeah, that's kind of what I feel. I'm just like, it's a little bit of like my personal hangups, I suppose, and how I like to build characters. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Interesting.
Like, leave me be with my neuroses.
Very well. Tegan, were you serious about being the Mousefolk captain?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Nobody likes it though, so it's not happening.
What? I think it's
I
a
mean-
great idea.
I mean, I never said I didn't
It
like
would
it.
be like, there's so many books about little mice, like doing cool things, like the little mouse that fights with like a needle. I don't know. I love mice.
I mean, I like I said, I didn't say I didn't like it. I'm all. You want to be a mouse folk or rat folk captain? I'm all there for it.
I mean,
Actually,
I
Pim,
don't.
you might have a point. I point the gun at God again.
What?
We don't actually
God's not
know
here right now.
the abilities of these roles.
I gave rough drafts. Captain would be like doing commanding orders, very leadership oriented, akin to the warlord or the warlord from 4th edition. The lieutenant would be like buffing and sort of enhancing everybody on the battlefield. Surgeon would get a lot of benefits to healing and sort of stabilizing creatures using healing items, things like that. Archivist is going to have a lot of like sort of knowing the monster and using the monster's weaknesses and vulnerabilities against it. Pathfinder is going to be the one who's going to be able to sort of get you there faster, find the best routes, sort of circumnavigate danger within the wilderness, find the paths in the dungeon, stuff like that. The Thespian's going to be the one making, sort of talking with the local folks, sort of building you renown, sort of getting your name out there, maybe getting retainers interested in what you're doing. They'll have their buffs or their abilities are going to be sort of oriented around sort of like pseudo controlling the battlefield, sort of like taunting enemies, sort of redirecting attacks, marking creatures, things like that.
So, one thing is that we might only have 6 people. Which role or roles are essentially non-negotiable?
Captain.
Captain?
Captain is non-negotiable. There needs to be a captain. Everything else,
Okay.
Because if Aviel goes, you may get a 7th.
Understood.
Oh, new challenger approaches.
I'll play either the captain or the archivist. Quartermaster, I find inventory management very boring. I'm gonna be real. I don't play crafting games very well.
Depending on what character roles, I could either soft bid for captain, soft bid for lieutenant, and then potentially pathfinder and archivist.
How do you feel about Pathfinder, Kieran?
Again, depends what class I'll play. If I bring in like a ranger type, then I'll feel more strongly about it.
If you want to play Pathfinder, I can give it to you and I can play Lieutenant.
I mean, I can do either. I would want to figure out what people are playing first. That's my goal.
So I think
we have
what
a
needs
rough
to
draft.
happen. I think what needs to happen is we need to pick the captain.
Oh boy.
Because then from the captain, we can start figuring out everything else.
Fair enough.
What if everybody just typed up their like top 3 in order, and then you slot in what you can. And if 2 people have the same one as their number 1, like dice roll for it.
I mean, yeah, we can also just talk it out. I'm probably gonna write up like what class combos I'm thinking of, and what positions I'm thinking of. So give me a second to get those thoughts in order.
Sure.
I will say I have about 10 minutes before I have to leave.
That's fine. I was gonna say, Avael,
Yeah.
is there anything you'd like to do before you retire here in Sunfall?
Yeah. Just a couple of quick things. The first thing is that at some point during this week, she would seek out Tegan.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Doesn't matter when, but she would kind of like approach a little shiftily. Hey.
Hey.
So you're like one of the shadiest people I've ever met. I think you're really cool. And she would hold out the shimmering powder she bought. I think you could be even cooler with this.
Oh,
I got it for you.
what is that?
Shimmering powder makes you more sneaky.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I'm glad we didn't really get, brain controlled by that crystal thing.
Yeah, that was not fun.
Yeah. And I really was just talking about Valinor elves, not all elves.
No, I got you. No, it's
Yeah.
You're good. You're good.
All right. Yeah. Sorry again. Hope to see you around.
Yeah, don't be sorry. It's okay. My people are really, really racist.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Later.
Oh, bye.
So.
All right, I'll throw the shimmering powder onto Tegan.
Yeah. At another point, she's gonna approach Casimir.
I imagine this would be in the keep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if
he'd
he's
be
spending most of his time there.
in some kind of study. He'd probably be immediately on guard upon seeing her.
Hey.
No.
No what?
I'm not going to give you my gold.
I don't want your gold.
My books?
No, I don't really read much anymore.
Well, you should.
You got any recommendations?
He's stunned by the notion. And the the diary he'd been scribbling in, he'd been hugging it protectively, now softening his grip around it. Is this some kind of joke?
No. She kind of is looking around at the ground. I used to, read whatever books I could sneak back home in Iridel, unless they were taken from me. But it seems like I've got a bit of time here, so I don't know. This is a much bigger library than what I'm used to.
Well, the town itself has a library of its own. If you think the Lord's study is large, you should see it. But I wanted to ask you something. I didn't because I thought you'd hurt me, but given that you seem much nicer now, perhaps it's a drink. Why the Valinor elves?
Well, I mean, as you can tell, I'm a half elf. I don't know if you've ever been to Iridel, but if you're anything other than a full blood, you're not really welcome there.
I know, they're all venal and irredeemably nepotistic. I know.
Yeah. I'm not really gonna. I'm not gonna get into it, but you stuck your neck out for that goblin, and also pulled me out of some shit. So I kind of started to think about the fact that maybe it's just Iridel that's corrupt and broken from the inside out, rather than all elves being pieces of shit. So, for what it's worth, I'm sorry for being a cunt.
Oh, don't call yourself that. I am also sorry. I was mean to you. I should have asked, I think, ultimately.
She shrugs.
Well?
I still think you're kind of prissy.
What?
You know. Anyway.
Like effeminate?
No, like... Is that even the right word? Maybe I need to read some more.
So you can learn how to better insult me.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Got any good book recommendations on that front?
Not for that.
Shit.
I was going to offer perhaps the history of our people, so you could learn of our heroes, the best of us. So you could be proud of that side of yourself. There's a lot to be proud of.
It's not just all, like, xenophobia and gatekeeping and shit.
No, there's a lot of that, but it tends to come off as a parable. You're meant to learn from it.
I guess I can give a book like that a shot.
There's a lot of snark as well. You'll find that that's a big part of our people, so perhaps you'll learn some insults along the way.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it all. So, but I'll look around.
No, you won't. I have it right here.
Oh.
And he'll stand up, being much more slender now stood. Skinny Casimir moves across the room, wearing his robes. His kilt drags across as he reaches one particular shelf and finds this very thick tome that he'll slide out. And as he sets it on the desk, this big, like, hail of dust kicks up, and he runs his very tiny hand across its surface, clearing out like this sooty filter on its cover. The title: The Balinar and Tyrus.
Huh.
Right here.
Alright. Well, pretty big book. I guess I should start on it. She's gonna pull up a chair. What?
If you'd rather not read it by yourself, I could give you a lecture if you liked.
I'll just start reading for now.
Okay. If you have any doubts, I'll be here. I'm helping Master Python with some research. And if we have any, well, breakthroughs, I suppose I can tell you as well. Are you still interested in helping us at all?
Yeah, I mean, if there's money in it.
He's rather generous with his money.
Yeah.
So, hopefully.
Yeah. As long as, you know, Pim's still doing her thing around town.
Pim? Pim's still around?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying, you know, if she decides to leave, I'll probably follow her if she lets me. But, you know, for now, I'll help.
I think you should make her stay.
Far be it from me to demand anyone does anything.
I don't think it's so far as you think. I think she likes you. Give her a good enough reason and she'll stay. Make a good enough deal, and a Fae will only be tempted, really.
kind of looks down at the table and doesn't really know what to make of that. Well, I'll think about it. And she pulls the book open.
Much to think of, I suppose. But I'm glad to have you around then, Abigail. You're quite proficient with your sword. And when you're not being, well...
She raises an eyebrow and squints.
Mean. Quite good with your words as well. And he'll go sit down and sort of join her in this moment of study.
She would spend the rest of the day reading that day. Another day. Probably the last thing before the week is up and they're all well rested is she would seek out Pim for some drinks and shenanigans.
Drinks and shenanigans, yes.
Yeah. I was thinking we could hit up a local tavern.
Oh, yeah. My friend Bryn, he told me all the good places around here. Well, some of them, I mean, they're good in the fact that they're bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds good. I mean bad. I mean good. I also I got some fun stuff that we could share, I thought. And she holds out her smelling salts, pipe weed, and tobacco and playing cards.
You're adding smelling salts to that combo? You psycho?
And she also holds up the holy beads, and also these. I think they're useful, but also they just kind of looked kind of pretty, and I thought they'd suit you. So it's a present for you.
There's just a gasp, and you see like the ears kind of like fluff a little bit. The tail begins to wag excitedly.
Oh. Wait right here.
Okay.
I assume this exchange might be happening while we're crossing paths in the Baron's estate.
Yeah.
Okay. Pim, realizing that they have nothing in hand at the moment, rushes out into the garden and begins gathering so many of the flowers that are there. Probably much to the Baron's groundkeeper's dismay. Unfortunately. This is not a quick process, no matter what Pim told Aviel.
At some point, Aviel would kind of
probably wander out.
Behind
Yes.
her. Yeah.
Pim more or less begins constructing the most elaborate flower crown of their existence. However, they add a very, I guess, peculiar thing in that they gather, just kind of taking like a small blade that they had, take like a lock of their hair, their very long, voluminous fey mane. And as they kind of twist it into almost like a cord, almost these long pieces of hair into a reddish cord, and weave them in with the flowers, making this kind of like red corded blossoming band. And it almost looks perfect to them. You can see that they're definitely, for once in all the time that you've known them, they are laser focused. And then they just kind of slowly kind of close their eyes and begin murmuring something in Sylvan. And it's more or less a quick prayer to Titania to grant a little bit of magic into what is going to be essentially a fey token of friendship to be bestowed upon Aviel. And if DM permits it, perhaps Titania answers, and the flowers look fresh, as in the permanently in the height of bloom during summer. The hair bands into one unbroken cord, both to pad out the structure of this impromptu device, but also of the symbol of friendship to not be broken. And when they feel like their prayer has been answered, they will clip, clop, realize that Aviel is standing there, and with much pomp and circumstance, place the crown upon the half-elf's head.
As you place the crown, finally having completed it and finding your best friend, placing the crown upon their head, you would watch as the very flowers themselves seem to react. They almost seem to have this ephemeral glow for a moment, suffused with a soft light. And just as quickly as they glow, they dim. But the flowers still remained these vibrant, bloomed things. On top of that, you would see how the crown itself sort of relaxes on Aviel's head, sort of not as hard pressed, like a sort of resting lopsided or anything. And you would also watch as it sort of resides there. You would see small flowers begin to bloom throughout her hair.
Pim kind of takes a happy sigh, looking at their handiwork, seeing that the prayer was answered.
All right, well, let's go get fucked up.
So all throughout, the travels and camp before, like, Avael would at most before give like a little half smile, but for the first time you see her fully smiling. It's a big, wide, crooked smile, one that she's clearly not used to. Her cheek is twitching a little bit.
Oh, it's the worst one. No one's done it worse, little guy.
This is really pretty. Thank you. And yeah, we definitely should go get fucked up. I agree. And she's gonna offer her arm out to Pim.
Absolutely. It is taken and we are running with it, both metaphorically and literally.
So as they're running, Avael's gonna. So when I heard you say best friend, I just wanted to say, did you really mean that? As they're running.
There's just a raucous laughter in response, as if that should be self-evident.
Yeah, I've never had a friend before. The only people who have called me that before would just doing it so they could trick me and then be really mean. So I just want, wherever you go, I will follow you to the end of time. You saved my life multiple times. And you're really, really the best person I've ever met. She's crying.
She's crying. There's people who have to deal with this going barreling down the hallway.
So yeah, no matter what, I'm not leaving you ever. Unless you tell me to fuck off.
Is Abigail like slowing down as they are getting more emotional and teary-eyed?
No, it's just like snot flying as they run.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
As you run through the halls of the Baron's estate, many servants peering their heads out to watch you two run arm in arm, as eventually you would abscond from the estate and find yourself at the local inn or local tavern. You have a wealth of coin that you can spend, and plenty of comfort to be found here, not only within the safety of the walls, but between best friends.
BFFs for life.
Thank
You
you
can
so
have
much
my
for
true
playing,
name, Faye. Oh, man. Thank you, DM. That was... And thank you, everybody. Like, that was so much fucking fun.
I think Hydra would welcome you guys into the bar like, there you are. I'll welcome you over for a drink.
Avail would go in for a hug.
Yeah.
Gonna miss-
Hydra's got pink cheeks and she's already like, yeah, of course.
Gonna miss being snarky with Avail.
Avail's a fantastic character. I hope one day in the future I get to run for you again.
I hope so, too.
So anyway, Switzerland is waiting for you.
Yeah, you know, there's also the potential of moving a Sunday game to a weekday. How's that sound? Instead of moving to Switzerland.
We've tried
Not
really
happening.
hard.
Not
Tried
happening.
really,
Yeah.
really hard.
Hi,
Don't try
It's
to take
me.
D&D away from me.
your hourly employee.
Yeah.
Yeah, Naomi, we have tried.
Maybe someday.
Just move it to Saturday, Omega lol. No one's got anything then. Smile.
That's still the weekend. So
I know.
No, but this has been dope. Like I usually play in much shorter games, but it's really nice to have seen like how much effort goes into developing like relationships between characters here, because I live and die for that shit. So as much as it was like a slow burn on my end, and I'm sure that it would have taken a lot longer to get to those points that we got to today, still very wonderful build up, very good times. I like how much time everyone puts into like thinking things through, and these sessions are freaking awesome. DM, I love all your little like characters. Like the goblin, the spider are like my favorite fucking things.
nah.
Hey, we're just a bunch of little guys. I love that so much.
I'm gonna be big.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think Rolf should be our mascot for the new mercenary group.
I wanted to say that Froll was hiding under the table
Yeah.
with Casimir, but then I remembered that he said he stayed outside.
Rip.
Invite him in.
Basically, they're like, well, we can't go in there because people might kill us. So we're gonna be out here
Right.
playing rock paper scissors till you guys come out and get us.
But he's my butler. You have to let him in.
I wanted to try to bring in the Morling as like a certain one of Saren's ravens smile. Surely no one will notice.
I mean, the mercenary company will have plenty of opportunity to get new retainers that'll be joining the crew. So.
I won my goblin with his suit and tie. You understand?
Wow.
Casimir can have Froll, and the next time the party meets Casimir, Froll will be following along with his little suit and tie, doing a little two-step dance.
No, don't poison him.
He'll have
Poison.
tailcoats.
Wah,
Boss Goblin.
wah.
Wah.
Wow.
But he always looks to some degree disheveled, no matter how hard Casimir
What the
tries
fuck?
to keep him.
He's always
Right.
got a stabber on him.
Yeah, he's got always like comes back, always got cuts on his suit, like always
Gotta
fucked
fight.
up in some way. No,
Got
full.
this. Throws out a sword. Ding, 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 ding. Also
Wow.
got this. Throws out a severed hand.
No, you filtered your whole shirt. I just got it for you yesterday.
He cuts the shirt off with his. He's like, take that thing off. He cuts it off.
Okay.
There you go.
Whoosh.
I'm never buying you anything again. Gets him another shirt tomorrow.
Wow. Thanks, boss. Scurries off into the streets. Falls immediately, dirties the shirt, gets up, runs again.
Fuck.
I imagine it's like too big, so he tries to put them on like pants. Puts like, oh my god, it's got a butthole in it. Let's go.
His tailcoat always has like mud at the end of each, you know?
What?
Amazing.
Don't go, Naomi.
I promise I will find more time to come and hang out when it's not game time.
That's what they always say.
I mean, there's something to be said where it's like being an adult, a lot of responsibility. The real life comes first.
Blech.
I would
Speaking
love nothing more than to have all of my friends be available all the time. Like they don't need to work. Everything's taken care of for them. They can just focus on playing games, do a D&D. all
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yo, I mean, look, Momo, I will be here every Sunday if you find me like a hella rich husband. All right, so I don't have to work anymore.
All
I
right,
will
is
be
there
here for every
a
game.
prospected husband out there who would like 2 wives?
Yes,
Count
who
'em
will pay
2.
all our bills.
She immediately threw herself in the package.
2
Little-
wives. Count 'em 2.
Sweeten the pot.
Look,
Best I can do is half a wife.
2 wives
Buy
in
one, get
2
one free
countries.
and look, if you get the deal, we'll throw in a boy wife for free. Just saying.
No, we're complicating.
No,
But 2
no,
wives.
please, I want to get out of here, please.
Holy shit, Ross is like, nah, bro, miss me with
I
that shit.
offered to help you get out of there so you can come be in our cool ass fucking like fucking neighborhood.
$20 is $20, Rosley says.
$20 is $20. I say confidently.
And Casey's gift cards. And Casey's gift card, bro.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm
that's
just
the
saying.
haircut.
Oh, what's that? You'll give me fare for the bus? Cool. All right, I'll do what I need to do. I'll just walk home anyway. Don't worry about it.
Get that bag, baby.
All right, gamers. Speaking of real life stuff, I gotta go.
I thought
But
you.
thank you.
Oh, weren't you supposed
I
to
was-
leave like 15 minutes ago?
I was, but that's my personality failings.
Nice.
That's what you do.
No.
Fuck them families, son.
Well, I was
Your
just
mama
waiting
said
for. I will. She'll be like, who?
Wow. Brutal.
I'm just kidding. We talk about your games all the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
All the time.
You made this for me?
Anyway, I'll. What?
Yeah, bro.
What?
You made this for me?
Can I eat it? Yeah. Yeah, take a
Oh my
bite.
god.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
with your
Mom,
family.
she has
Go
giant
ahead.
titties.
All right. Let me know what you guys decide or choose. Or,
You're the
decide.
captain.
All right, I'm the captain. I grab the hat and I walk out the door.
Oh, wait, no, we have our little mouse captain. You're the
All right,
quartermaster.
this is the captain. I put the hat on the rat. It's Zebus. All right,
Zebus, how'd you get in here? Perfect. All right, homie. I think this is a good place to call it. Yeah.
Can we quickly go now that we know that Summer is gonna be the captain? Can we quickly decide who's gonna play each role before we go? We got like 12 minutes before it's 5.
I thought we ended at 4.
No, we end at 5. We have an hour-long gap. We can either end at 4 or 5 or anywhere in between. 5 is the hard cutoff.
You wanna end, Momo? Okay.
What's going on?
What the
What are we
fuck?
playing?
What is happening? What the fuck is going on?
Okay, we're gonna call it here, and you guys
Jesus
are gonna.
Christ,
you
yes,
guys are gonna
please
do your
call
thoughts.
it.
I don't understand why you're not talking. You're the one that asked us to keep going.
I asked you if you wanted to end, and you went quiet.
I answered. Apparently my mic didn't pick it up. My apologies. The technology is fucked.
Technology is fucked. We're
Yeah, I
gonna
know
get
that
AI
feeling.
soon.
I know that
Terminator the
feeling.
movie soon. So anyway, yeah, just a quick sort of draft between all of us. We know what Sizzle's gonna play, so Summer being the captain, well, what do you guys think? Bruna, Momo, Kieran?
Like I said, I mean, I'm willing to, I'm leaning towards Surgeon. I'd like to do that one. So, I'm willing to go for that.
Okay, so he's Surgeon. We have Captain Summer, Quartermaster Sizzle.
I think Sizzle said he doesn't want to play the inventory.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. It's probably best we wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if it's not a safe thing, then we kind of fucked.
Yeah, he's not
Yeah.
committed to that. He was like, I don't like doing that.
Inventory management sounds boring.
I think it may end up looking like we don't have a quartermaster, people. That's probably what it's gonna be.
Possibly, yeah.
We'll talk it out. We'll talk it out.
Yeah, we'll talk it
Make
out.
this whoever the 7th is, make them the quartermaster. So you get for joining late.
That's kind of funny because I know who the prospective player is, and they tend to be like that.
I would like to play the thespian.
The
Bruno.
thespian.
No doubt, no doubt.
When you're going around thespianing people, make sure you get the good ones.
Can I go for the bed of the bed?
You're gonna scrape the bottom of the barrel.
Let's go.
I got it.
No, I'm not gonna do fan art this session. I do apologize. But we will do it next session. We'll have a whole bulk of it. I think this is a fantastic place to call it. Why don't you guys go ahead and all say goodbye to chat?
Bye, chat.
Bye,
love
chat.
you.
Thanks for seeing us out.
Bye, chat.
Love you.
All right, I'll be back. Friends, companions, thank you guys so much for joining. And thank you so much for coming and watching the game. I appreciate every single one of you guys. And I wouldn't be able to do this without you. So thank you guys so much. I am sad to see Naomi go, but of course, real life will always take precedent and sort of charge over, just D&D with friends. So hopefully in the future, we get to run for her again and we get to bring her back into the world of Adis. I very much look forward to that day. That's it for me tonight, guys. Nothing else really planned or anything crazy like that. We'll be doing some of the prep this week for the upcoming game involving the Raven Guard. See how far you go on the wings of a raven. So you guys will be helping me prep and do some plans and some stuff like that. So look forward to this week's sort of world building streams. I'm probably going to stream more than just Tuesday and Wednesday because we're not going to be playing this Monday. So yeah. Matt making Monday? Maybe. Just maybe. I'll let you know how I feel. My leg's been killing me, so I might take Monday off and make it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we'll just stream all the way into Friday. But I'll let you know how I feel. Maybe we'll stream Monday. Maybe we'll stream Thursday. I don't know. But I definitely want to add another stream in there. So. All right, guys. I hope that you guys have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. I hope you hug your loved ones and tell them that you love them. I'm sad this game had to end. I think you'll like what comes from this, from the ashes of this game, from the ashes of TOS into the new game. The adventurers got to retire, enjoy their life, and a new band will take up the mantle. A new flock of ravens. All right, guys. I will see you all later. Goodbye, chat.